Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us live here today. We are going to start in just a few minutes, get people a little bit of time to get on into the live stream, and then we'll get started. So hold on for a few minutes and we'll see you soon. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Let me get to the next slide here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are. I see some people have been doing this already, but feel free, please, to say hello in the chat and let us know where you're joining from. My name is Kelly Blumenthal. I am the Deputy Director of the Office for Astronomy Outreach at the International Astronomical Union, and I'm live streaming to you today from Mitaka, Tokyo in Japan, where I live and work with the rest of the OAO team to make astronomy accessible to everyone. Now, today, I am so proud to present to you the 2023 Dark and Quiet Sky Seminar on the cultural relevance of dark and quiet sky protection. But before we dive into the talks that we have scheduled for today, I want to just give a little bit of context for this issue. Now, astronomy is one of the oldest human traditions. The night sky has, for tens of thousands of years, been a source of awe, curiosity, and inspiration. It's been a calendar for architecture, a library of oral traditions and histories, a mnemonic device, a guide for navigators, and so much more. We at the OAO recognize and thank the Indigenous people around the world, the ancestors who came before, and the future stewards of these lands who work to protect the land and, by extension, the sky. Because ultimately, this deep desire and need to protect our dark and quiet skies is what brings us all together here today. Now, we at the OAO, the Office for Astronomy Outreach, have been celebrating our dark and quiet skies throughout the month of May. This global project aimed to raise awareness about the need to preserve dark and quiet skies. Now, these two elements, this dark and quiet, they go hand in hand, but refer to two slightly different types of interference. On the one hand, you have dark sky protection, which refers to the abatement of light pollution caused by artificial light at night by regional and national policy and law, in addition to public awareness. Now, a recent study actually showed that light pollution is increasing at an alarming rate, about 10% globally each year. Now, this means that fewer and fewer people living today will have access to a truly dark sky. In addition, we have seen an incredible increase in the number of satellites in the night sky. And so dark sky protection has also shifted to include the protection of the night sky from the optical and infrared impacts of the trails that we often see in images, like the one on the screen here. That result from the growing number of satellites that exist in low Earth orbit. And then on the other hand, quiet sky protection refers to the threat posed by the radio interference of these same satellite constellations. So with the growing impacts of light pollution across the electromagnetic spectrum and satellites launched into low Earth orbit, it can be almost impossible to find true and uninterrupted dark sky. But having these dark sky experiences and in turn experiencing feelings of awe and wonder can have a really huge impact on our mental well-being, as demonstrated by the IAU Office for Astronomy for Development's flagship program on astronomy for mental health. Not only that, but there are enormous cultural impacts that threaten everyone's relationship with the night sky. Now, our incredible lineup of speakers today will discuss these topics and answer all of your questions in a panel discussion at the end. Throughout the event, we will be monitoring the chat in YouTube, so please, if you think of any question going at any point during one of these talks, write it down in the chat and let us know. We're really looking forward to hearing your thoughts about the content that we're going to present today. So our first speaker today is Masaaki Hiramatsu, a senior lecturer at the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan, where I'm also based, and the head of the NAOJ's Spectrum Management Office. He earned his PhD from the Department of Astronomy at the University of Tokyo in 2008, and he later worked as a postdoc at the Academia Sinica Institute of Astronomy and Astrophysics in Taiwan, and then as the East Asian ALMA Education Public Outreach Officer at NAOJ for 10 years. So I will stop sharing my screen and hand it over to Masaaki-san, please, if you'd like to take it away.
Hi, nice to see you all. Thank you, Kelly, for introducing me and inviting me to this wonderful seminar. And I am head of the spectral management office of the NAOJ, and I will introduce about keeping the radio quiet sky. Let me share the screen. Okay, so how to keep a radio quiet environment in today's radio loud world. I will talk about how to keep the radio quiet environment in terrestrial world. So one important reference to this talk is a report of the ITUR RA2259 called Characteristics of Radio Quiet Zones. If you are very interested in knowing more about the radio quiet zones, please search this report on website, and you can fully download the report freely. So we use radio waves to see unseen universe. With radio telescopes, very sensitive radio telescopes, we see many objects or many phenomena that we cannot see in our naked eye. So by using radio telescopes, we can see planet formation and star formation site, and shadow of the gigantic black hole, and evidence of the Big Bang in 13.8 billion years ago. All of these are connected to our origins in the universe, and radio astronomy is very useful to tackle this huge mystery in the universe. But as you know, we are living in radio loud world. We have Wi-Fi, we have cell phone, we have satellite communications, we have cars with some radar to measure the distance between my car and the car just in front to prevent accidents. And also, we have a satellite radar that observing cloud from the above, and that helps the understanding of the climate change. And also, in some power, high voltage power line, they unintentionally emit radio waves. So in modern world, there are a lot of radio sources around us, and that is very artificial ones. We radio astronomers observe very faint radio signals in this noisy world in radio. So if we do not have any restrictions or guidelines or rules, it is very difficult to observe or detect radio signals from the heavens. So please imagine, when you drive a car, if there is no equipment to control traffic, no guidelines, no rules, no restrictions, that would result in very messy, terrible conditions on the road. They are very dangerous situations, and highly possible that there are some car accidents. So to prevent this happens, we have some speed limit, some traffic signals, and car lanes to control the traffic. By using this set of full of equipments and rules, we can keep the safe road environment. We can keep the people safe, car safe, and smoothly going around. Likewise, I want to point one thing. In Japan, the car goes left-hand side of the road. It depends on the country. Likewise, in the radio administrations, we need some restrictions. We need some rules to keep very controlled environment in radio, and so that we can use radio waves very efficiently. That is called spectral management. So we have rules, we have guidelines, we have restrictions. And I'd like to explain about the spectral management scheme. Because the radio waves travel long way from the transmitter to the, for example, the other side of the ocean. So there is no border for radio waves. So the control or regulations of the radio waves should be done internationally. The important organization is the radio communication sector of the International Telecommunication Union, or ITUR. This is one special organization under the United Nations. This organization have World Radio Communication Conference, or WRC. This is a big conference, and in that conference, people revise the international treaty called Radio Regulation. This is a very basic and very important treaty for radio regulation internationally. In that radio regulation, there is a big table of the frequency allocation. So this radio regulation defined that which frequency is allocated to which services. And people also study several issues related to radio communications to prevent harmful radio interference, or to make more useful, more efficient use of the radio frequency. And in each country, there is domestic administration in each country, and that controls the domestic radio use. And each of them have a special law for controlling the radio waves and have a radio frequency allocation. To prevent radio interference, there are 3 ways. The first one is frequency. If we use different frequency in different services, basically the possibility of the harmful interference is very small. So we should allocate one frequency to one service and different frequency to different service. This is frequency allocation. And here I show some example of the frequency allocation. This is in case of the United States. There is a big table. This is from 0 kilohertz from top left and 300 gigahertz in bottom right. Of course, I understand that you cannot read these tables, but probably you can see many colors used in this table. And different color means different services. And you can see the radio frequency is very crowded in terms of the usage. So there is no free frequency range. There is not used any services. It includes Wi-Fi, it includes cell phone, it includes satellite communication, it includes maritime communication, and it includes radio locations or radars. There are so many usage for these frequencies. And how about radio astronomy? The yellow part is allocated to radio astronomy. There is not much. In higher frequency band shown in the very bottom strip, there are several consecutive frequency bands allocated to radio astronomy, but you can see that there are several different colors in one frequency. That means that the radio astronomy shares one frequency to different services. In that case, there are some possibility that interference. So we have another way to mitigate this kind of problem. And so the next one is this keep distance. As light or as radio waves goes further, then the power decrease. So if we keep enough distance from one transmitter, then the possibility of the radio interference become much smaller. So it's very simple. Just keep some distance from a strong radio transmitter. The way to keep this distance is a radio quiet zone, or RQZ. Usually, the radio telescopes are often built in a less populated area, because in the current world, people use many equipment that emit radio waves: cell phones, microwave ovens, wireless telephones, car. So if the number of people is small, then the number of equipment that emit radio waves is also small. So many radio telescopes are located in a less populated area. And another natural environment also help us to keep radio astronomy doable, because mountains and trees can contribute to attenuate the artificial radio signals coming from the distance. So if the telescope's located in a valley, then the mountains around the valley can decrease the power of the radio signals from beyond those mountains. So when we build a radio telescope, we have to consider these conditions to keep the place quiet. But of course, there is no perfect way or perfect place to keep a perfectly quiet zone. So we set radio quiet zone. And in radio quiet zone, special rules are in place to prevent harmful interference to radio telescopes. And various types of regulations are in place. For example, in one radio quiet zones, no transmitters in designated area is allowed. So this is a very strict restriction. And in another area, we need special coordination with radio telescope operator to use a transmitter. Or in sometimes, there is some restrictions about airplane flying above the telescopes. So sometimes they said no fly zone. So we can prevent the harmful interference from the sky. But unfortunately, for the satellite, that is very difficult, because satellite communication is regulated internationally. But radio quiet zone is often set by local government or the country. So that is very difficult to limit the satellite communication or satellite emitting radio waves above the radio quiet zone. Sometimes the company which operates the satellite and the radio telescope operator has some discussion or negotiation to prevent to prevent the situation that the satellite antenna directly emits the radio waves to the direction of the radio telescopes. But this is a one-to-one negotiation. And there are several radio quiet zones. For example, in Mexico, there is a large millimeter telescope operated in 70 to 350 gigahertz. And around that telescope, the operation of any other radio communication system is not allowed around the 100-kilometer radius around the radio telescopes. It's a very strict rule. But in this area, there are several big cities, but it is possible to keep this radio quiet zone because of the low number density of systems using higher than 70 gigahertz. This is rather high frequency, so usually we do not use such high frequency for communication or other means. So, but in next generation or next generation cell phone, maybe much higher frequency will be used. So in that case, we may consider how to deal with that situation. Next example is a national radio quiet zone in US, in West Virginia and Virginia. There's a Green Bank Observatory located in the middle of this national radio quiet zone. And this is a very huge quiet zone. The area is 34,000 square kilometers. And in this national radio quiet zone, 600,000 people are living. So they use some equipment that emit radio waves. So the people who wants to put a radio transmitter have to coordinate with observatory. And national radio quiet zone is divided into several subzones, and restrictions vary from subzones to subzones. Of course, in the closer area to the radio telescope, the restriction is much strict. And this is a national or federal legislation, but in state level, West Virginia Radio Astronomy Zoning Act regulates emission within 10 miles from radio astronomy receivers. This is also strict restriction. And another example is the AGAA, Astronomy Geographic Advantage Act for SKA in South Africa. The South African government sets the astronomy advantage area around the telescope site. And there's no transmission is allowed in core, the central area. And the outside area is essential service are allowed for using the radio transmission. And also there is another restriction about the aircraft, the height, the altitude of the aircraft flying over the central area around the SKA telescope. And the main topic of this seminar is the cultural relevance of radio quiet sky. In radio, this is a kind of new technology. The invention of wireless telegraph by Marconi done by 1895. And first detection of cosmic radio waves by Carl Jansky is 1931. So radio wave technology is relatively new compared to the long traditions of enjoying the starry sky. So many people may have some question about the relevance to the traditional culture. But of course, we have some relevance to the modern culture. But as Kelly said, we have all by seeing the universe and also that comes from radio universe. The formation of stars, formation of planets, the Big Bang, black hole, all these aspects, all these scientific results reviewed by the radio astronomy is connected to the question that where is our origin in the universe? So this is very tightly connected to our very fundamental understanding or fundamental insight to our world around us. So there are some cultural relevance to keep radio quiet zone and keep the radio astronomy going to tackle about these very fundamental questions. And also relevance to the modern culture. This may be a kind of opposite way. The modern culture is largely influenced by wireless technology, including the internet and cell phones, such as Instagram, such as TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, some music subscription services, movie subscription services. These are the very fundamental infrastructure to enable modern culture, and people access this modern culture by using wireless technology. So that the astronomy community should be aware that restricting people's access to the radio waves in radio quiet zones might lead to restricting their access to modern culture. Of course, we are enjoying modern culture, and people want to enjoy modern culture. But at the same time, we want to do radio astronomy with very sensitive radio telescopes. So the important thing is that the coexistence of the modern culture using radio technology and radio astronomy using very sensitive radio telescopes. So by setting radio quiet zones, we are not, astronomy community are not making a new colony for astronomy. So the important thing to set the radio quiet zone is a mutual understanding in the community people and astronomy side people. And also we have to have a very good communication between the two parties. And also in the many radio or quiet zones, or the telescope is located in rather less populated area, but the people do live there. So the radio telescope operators or radio observatories in many places help the local education or local industries to help to reduce the difference between such kind of remote area and the city centers. This is another big important thing to enable modern culture supported by the radio astronomy community. Yeah, thank you so much. I will stop my presentation here.
Thank you so much, Masaaki-san. That was really great. I particularly like this point that you made about requiring a really great communication between the telescope, the people who operate the telescope and manage it, and the community, and how important that is for the further construction and work of the telescope. And I think that's something that we're really confronting within the astronomical community as a whole, particularly with what's going on Indigenous lands right now. But thank you so much for your presentation. We do have some questions for you, but we're going to save them a little bit later for our Q&A. I want to just remind everybody again to please put your questions in the chat. We're really excited to hear about what you think, what you're thinking, what questions you might have about this content. So please continue to put your questions in the chat and we'll get to them in the Q&A. I would also like to shout out some of the countries that we have here today. We have quite a few people here joining us live. We have some folks from Colombia, from Brazil, from Portugal, Germany, Norway, South Africa, Slovakia, Nigeria, Haiti, Iran, and Indonesia. And that's just a few that I'm reading kind of randomly off this list, but thank you so much for coming. And thank you again for being part of this today. So I am going to introduce our next speaker, who is Manuel Grullon. Manuel is passionate about astronomy outreach and has worked in this field for more than 15 years. He is convinced that astronomy is the best way to make people understand how fragile our planet is and the importance of a good science and mathematics education, particularly in the early years. He thinks these concepts can help mold sustainable citizens that are more respectful of the environment, have diverse opinions, and have a really strong commitment to preserving and sharing all that we have on Earth. That includes the resources, the knowledge, and of course, the challenges that we have. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen again, and please, Manuel, take it away. It's all yours.
Well, thank you for that introduction. My name, as have said Kelly, my name is Manuel. I am the National Outreach Coordinator for Astronomy Outreach in my country, Dominican Republic, and also the Dark Sky Ambassador. We are working with a group of institutions and locals and individuals to raise awareness of the importance of the dark sky here in Dominican Republic. I'm really happy, a little bit nervous though, also being here sharing our experience in the last 2 years about the work we have done in the Dominican Republic to try to achieve the higher commitment of the population on preserving the sky, because the importance and the impact of this resource in their lives. So Kelly, I will start to sharing my presentation. And now it is visible already there. Can you see it?
It's loading on our end. Yes, I can see it now. And
okay.
Yes, great.
Okay. International Astronomy Union Dark Sky Ambassadors are persons that are commitment to share and disseminate in outreach events or publications the importance and relevance of the dark sky for culture and human development all around the world. And most of us are volunteers doing this job in our country, so we can have a better network of work about making the population understand the value of a dark sky for their lives, for the environment, and also for education and economic development. My name, as I said, is Manuel. This is a short video of a section of my country called Bahía de las Águilas, one of the darkest places with good access we have. It's let's say it's a portal to quality sky. Right now, this sky is a little bit in danger because of the development of tourism installation of hotels and a program of economic development of that region that implies that this quality of the sky may be loosened in the next 5 to 10 years. There are groups in which I have the pleasure to collaborate with that we are trying to establish some procedures on the installations of light in this region, because there's also a big national park in that region called Parque Jaragua, which will be impacted negatively if the installation of the lights in those hotels and those structures that will rise up there are not focused to preserve dark sky and other natural resources in the area. Saving the necessary skies is the name of my presentation, and why dark sky is necessary. As have said by Kelly before, there is a strong correlation in dark sky to health, to mental health, of people. Also, a strong correlation of healthy forest. Also, a conservation of different species and in a healthy dark sky. So, helping to preserve the dark sky, we help to preserve many other natural resources that are already exposed or endangered by human development without the proper procedures. In this picture, we have the two persons walking to the Milky Way, and because they were the first time in a dark sky place. Back then, this was in 2019. Back then, this was a Bortle 3 sky. Right now, it's a Bortle 1 sky. Bortle 1, no, sorry, it's a Bortle 2. So we have lost 1 whole degree in Bortle scale of our sky in only 5 years. And this is something happening faster in other regions of our country. We are working in collaboration with institutions, communities, and groups, trying to make a strong structure of dissemination of the importance of the dark sky for many regions in different ways. How is that? I mean, in different ways. For example, there are some regions that have a really, really dark sky in our country, but they don't have infrastructure, or at least good infrastructure for agriculture or tourism, which are the two most important economic roles in our country. So that research could help those areas in our country to have an economic development that will impact positively in the development and education of the people living on those areas. Those communities have been already contacted as we are working with them directly. We cannot be in all of them the way we would like because we have to show on time. And in those communities, we have contacted groups of people that people that work with environment protection, people that work with education, and people that work with access for good education for everybody, not only people that live in structured areas that with roads and access, but also for people that are really, really inside the mountains or areas where there is no communications or access by roads. The institutions we have been pleasure to collaborate are the National Museum of Natural History, the Dominican Astronomical Society, which is the institution that is like my alma mater, Santiago Astronomical Club, and the Faculty of Science of the State University of Santo Domingo. A new observatory installed in the area of Boca Chica in the city. Observatorio Astronomical Parque Cibernetico is named because it's held in a place where it's like a college that teach people ITs, and the University of INTEC, specifically the department IRINTEC, which is related to the development of satellites and other equipment that should work in the space. Also, they are working in creating a Dominican Space Agency, but this is subject for another talk, not for the one we have today. Communities. In this map, you can see, according to the information of BRIRS of 2022, you can see the reach of light pollution and the level of light pollution in many regions of our country. We have tried to contact people in communities that are not specifically in light polluted areas, so we can make them raise the awareness among them to preserve and to take advantage of that resource for their development or enjoyment. Specifically in this map, the two biggest areas are the two biggest urban centers of the country, which are Santo Domingo, the principal city, and Santiago de los Caballeros, the second important city in our country. Those communities we have contact already are very interested, and they are some group of people working there to establish a communication with local governments and senators and representatives in the chambers to establish or try to establish a local regulations for the development and the preservation of dark skies, and also the recovery of some dark skies that could be taken back from the high levels of light pollution. All of this without compromising the economic development of those regions and cities or towns. The groups we have contact so far are ambientalists, natural photographers, community leaders in every region, and some people of the private sector that, specifically in the areas of tourism, that are interested in taking advantage of creating this product at a local level. So make astro-tourism another reason or attraction to come to Dominican Republic. For you to have an idea, our biggest income as country, or every biggest income comes from tourism. It's really, really important to keep innovating and maintain the tourism sector in the growth it has, because there are many communities and many economical sectors of the country that depend on it. And we are working with those ambientalists, natural photographers, community leaders, and private sector to establish a structure that explodes the dark sky in different ways for different regions, because there are different realities of the condition of the skies and the economic growth of every the different communities or provinces in our country. In this case, this is a picture taken from Elias Piña. It's a section of our country that have still a virtual 2 skies, and some places virtual 1. Well, no, not virtual 1, virtual 2. This picture was taken in a night that we were given some information, like a small workshop with the local people that work with tourism, with ecotourism. This was held in collaboration with one of the institutions we have already shown already, and they are working very hard to establish a network locally of places with that take advantage of economic growth for those communities. They have already contacted IDA, and they are working with some international astrophotographers and ambientalists to try to do workshops and capacitations here in our country for people to defend and to be aware of how important and how good for the economic growth could be at Alaska. All this work we are doing with the collaboration of our institution that I've already mentioned is basically to raise awareness among people. Awareness of how dark sky can impact their health, their economic growth, and their education, because we have ideas and programs that could incorporate schools in many communities that have dark skies to teach astronomy, observational astronomy to them, and using astronomy also to relate the content, to link the content of mathematics and other subjects in public schools. This way we could have better results in science and mathematics results among students, which in our country are very low. This is a long road job, because there are many institutions and many people that have to work together. But we are doing already the connections, and most of the times the people and institutions are interested in collaborating to use the dark sky, to use astronomy as a resource for education and environmental awareness because protecting the dark sky, we can protect other natural resources that are already exposed. In this slide, we can see a series of activities which have held all over the country in the last 2 years to make a direct information with people, so they can see the dark sky, they can see the difference of the sky they have and the sky people don't have in the cities or more polluted areas, and how they can take advantage for the economic growth of that, for incorporating this on a school as a subject, and also for taking in consideration that political leaders in their regions establish an agenda to incorporate the regulation of dark skies and other natural resources together in our environmental law or normative. The words we use or the phrase we use to talk about them about this is that the sky is up for everyone, no matter your social class, no matter your economic level or education level. You should know and you should be aware why we should come together to protect this resource that, as Kelly have told in the beginning of this seminar, it's something that maybe the next generation will be very unlikely to enjoy and see because of the light pollution and the development of big cities without no efficient lighting for ages. We have impacted or reached at least 450 people in those activities and workshops we have held. In this picture, we just have only pictures of the public events and observation, but there have been activities in universities, in private schools, in public schools, with community, with the economic, with education element, people that work in education in those institutions, giving them the tools to use this as a content for their classes and mathematics and biology and history and literature, so they can have a better impact on the reception of the people of the value of dark skies and astronomy in their daily lives. This is a short video of one of those activities held in Barahona in a very poor community. This activity was held in a very poor area of a province here called Barahona. It's called Las Minas. We will talk to them of how they could use the sky they have in that small town for create activities of entertainment that motivate people around that area, that province, or all over the country to go there and enjoy the night sky. We are working directly with them in this process because we think to begin some activities there in this topic very soon, and they are very excited about it. We are teaching them other things we have to take in consideration as security for the people, of the supplies of the meals, the water, and the installation that we should use. The process is really advanced, and we may be doing our first event together before September. So we will take the Milky Way season visible to create an event so people go there and expend some money and expend some time in that area that have almost no industries and no source of job for the people living there. Here in this map of my country are some dots highlighted yellow and some dots highlighted blue. The blue dots are showing the places we have already held at least one activity or two in education about the importance of the dark sky. The yellow dots refer to places where we have already contacted institutions and people that are interested in taking these workshops and talks to their town, to their province, so they can learn about it and know how can incorporate to the national structure that we are pretending to create for preserving the dark sky and using astronomy as a tool for development and economic growth and education. Those blue dots that are there are most of them are in places that have a not so polluted sky in their specific case of the two ones on the bottom left, they have Bortle 2 skies there, so they could do amazing things with the sky and our help. I want to take a moment to thank Kelly, Lina, and all other people in the International Astronomy Union that are helping us to do this job. Without the tools you are giving us, because without the orientation and procedure we are holding with those people we have taken for you, it will be impossible. Thank you for all the help you are giving us. Now let's move to the next slide. These all pictures taken in different places of our country, but one of the photographers leading the group of us, the photographers, that they are also natural ambientalists, and they are helping us to create a database of pictures of different light sky conditions all over the country. So we will have in the future an exposition of how, as you go far from light pollution, how wonderful the sky turns to be, and how important it is to preserve this and recover as much as we can for the dark sky, for the enjoyment and the development of new generations and people that are already there, and they could not have, they don't have to wait decades or years to take advantage of this resource that everyone should have access. Those pictures will take it, as you can see, in the Milky Way system, but are taken in different places, as I said, marked here. In the previous one, in one of the previous slides we showed, you saw the dark pollution area in our country. Some of those dots, well, most of those dots are completely out of high light polluted areas. And this is something we begin the work in these areas because the dark sky will change with time, so we can capture the dark sky as they are now, and now moving to other regions when the sky is not so dark. So you can see the damage of light pollution on the sky viewing as you go farther from light pollution. There are at least 3 photographers collaborating with us right now, and we have some meetings scheduled already with people that want to collaborate, that they have pictures taken in different times in the past that will help us to show, even in a short period of time, not only on distance from light pollution, but to show how in a short period of time the light conditions, the transparency light conditions have changed a lot because of light pollution. We have taken some actions in cooperation with the institutions we have already mentioned, like astrophotography workshops for beginners. There is also astrophotography magazine, the digital astrophotography magazine, that has come out with good information. I have to make it clear that this digital astrophotography magazine is not an initiative of our office, of our team. It's something that was initiative of Omar Martinez. He is member of the Dominican Astronomical Society and a really good astrophotographer also. One of the actions we have take with different group was also the private sector. We are a company that I have the honor to work with too, is that we built a telescope to support the tourism sector in doing astro-tourism events. This telescope is the biggest of our country until now, and the biggest of the Caribbean islands until now, as far as we know. Right now, this telescope is only supporting the tourism sector, but in the future, we are working to create a place where the telescope will be fixed, not moving. So we can collaborate with other institutions of your country or any other country that will want to take some information or data of celestial objects that are visible from our location. The construction of this telescope, we were lucky to be in collaboration with a very influential photographer and ambientalist and movie director, Marvin Del Cid, and he helped us to reach the first version of the most important national newspaper in the in the weekend after of the first life of the telescope. You can see the picture here, and this was very important to the work we are doing on the raising the awareness of the dark pollution, because of this publication, a lot of people and institutions contacted us or him because they want to know more about it and they want to know what they can do to collaborate. There was a astrophotography for beginners workshop called AF100 that was held on last November. The reception of the public of this workshop was really good. This was held in collaboration with the National Museum of Natural History, the Dominican Astronomical Society, and Observational Observatory of Parques Cibernéticos. This was a huge success, and some people is working already in other workshops similar to this one. This one was a really basic astrophotography workshop for people who have no experience, and we want them to come in to be part of the structure of astrophotographers or photographers that work with the night sky. So we have more people that will support the activities or actions we will take in the near future. This is the video we used to promote the workshop in November. All those elements that were shown in the video will teach it in the workshop from zero to the whole time lapse or picture. That was the content of the workshop, and most of the assistants, they learned how to do this, and now some of them are also practicing astrophotography or trying to get an appropriate equipment to do what they want, what they learned to do, or what they saw in the workshop. These are the three first pages of the digital astrophotography magazine I talk about. This astrophotography magazine is an initiative of Martinez, as I have told, and he's releasing one number, I think, for now every 2 months. The content of every number is related to astrophotography, and we collaborate with him in one of the numbers talking about the work we have done and what we plan to do about raising the awareness of the importance of dark sky among different social classes of our country with collaboration of institutions. And this magazine have really good receptions among local astrophotographers and astronomy enthusiasts. If you want to take a look at the astronomy magazine, there's the bottom, you can see the name of the digital magazine and the address. A tool to look up. This is the picture of the telescope I have told recently about. Maruhu. Maruhu is also the name of a time deity, which refers to the clear skies in our country. Also is the name of the NAMEX Award 2019 solar system that they named for the whole stars that we as a country have assigned to name. The first light of this telescope was on May 7 on 2022. And because of the help of Marvin Delcy, we could reach a lot of people that we have thought that we will take us months or even years to contact with. So we have had a really good year. This night was a very interesting experience. Also, Marvin has a video on YouTube about the experience of the first life of motherhood, which for now, as I've said, is the biggest telescope in our country. It's 25 inches in diameter so far. This telescope has really helped us to create more interest among even the private sector of the importance of this. In these pictures are pictures when we are talking with the Dominican president about the importance of dark sky for the development of tourism, about the importance of dark sky for the development of regions that have no beach, no green mountains, but they have people living with it that could take advantage of the resource for economic growth. We was invited to an event when most innovative proposals for business, taking in consideration the environment and the inclusion of economic growth. We were the only company already established invited. All the other were projects that will go to company now. We were very happy for this invitation, and we have the chance to contact many other people that work with other countries and in local different regions of our country to know more about this and how we could create events or campaigns that teach more people in different areas with different access level about this. This was a very, very good day for us. Because of this, we have received some communications from local government institutions, for local governments, requesting for orientation and how they could incorporate to this type of work. Now, what is coming in the future? Well, we have a 4-step procedure of working. First, we go to places in colleges or schools in all over the country to educate, to present data and evidence about this subject is the second step. Also, in those activities, we held a conversation on proposals for possible solutions, specifically in their areas or their regions, because some regions have different necessities than others. And in these 2 pictures, you can see one in a big school that we held that day. We attended a really big number of pre-graduate students and teachers that are already working to establish some astronomical clubs in their areas, so they can also have education activities related to the dark sky and astronomy in their region. And in the picture of the right, this is an event in one of the most important parts in the city, when we talk about how citizens can get involved on preserving the sky and have a more efficient way of illuminate their homes, their regions, and public places. This was very interesting because the local government of the city have contacted us and asked for orientation of how they can implement this in the future. Things in political work very, very slow. We have been talking with them for almost a little bit more than a year now. So far, they are still trying to incorporate this to their local structure in the city. And the 4th step is coordinated actions between all the involved institutions and persons to reach our goal, which is a dark sky normative for our country in different regions at a national level, a dark sky for communities that can help them for economic growth and development and human health, and a dark sky for education when we can take advantage of the dark sky for some regions to, let's say, take students or college students or school students to have an experience of learning about the sky and some exercise that later they will help in their classrooms or institutions. So people have a better comprehension of why this is important. I will go back to the previous slide and come to the next one to tell you in a video. This video shows the importance of dark sky. This is a region which has some light pollution very close to the horizon. This is comet Neowise. You can see the tail of the comet, how it disappeared as it gets closer to the light polluted area, there are no clouds there. It's completely clear. But the light pollution is so strong that the comet becomes like a small star without tail, and eventually it disappears. We take this is a video created with the help of Felix de Leon, a Venezuelan photographer with a lot of talent and a really good astrophotographer also. In this code, you can have access of more pictures like this one from Martin, which is a photographer, environmental photographer, which is helping us in this work. And his pictures are really good. He's also have some expositions about natural photography in past years in the country. He's helping us to create the content or the structure to create to do in the future an astrophotography exposition related only to the health of the stars. This is Marvin Del Cid. He's a really good ambientalist. He is also a movie director and content creator for the protection of many biodiversity in our country, specifically in the areas related to the shores and national parks. He was invited by us to the first light of Maruhu, and in that same week, he created a structure to make the video possible, and he made the contacts to create the opportunity with the National Institute, with the National Committee of Environmental Protection. We have supposed to have a meeting with the director of the Environmental Protection Institution here in our country, but sadly there was a very tragic event that involves the life of the director, and now we are in conversation with the direction to have some meetings about this subject and try to incorporate them or getting help from them to make this possible. This confidentially, Marvin helped us, as I have said, to be in the most important national newspaper. And as you can see in this picture, the publication of this event of the creation of this telescope and to create higher awareness of dark skies, and also to support tourism, and also to in the future to collaborate with astronomical institutions all over the world, was in May 3rd of 2023, exactly 1 year ago today. It was very interesting. When I was creating the presentation, noticed the coincidence of this. Oh, wow. So also it's a coincidence, but I mean, not a coincidence per se, because like we didn't take into consideration that the first life of the telescope was in May, and this is the month of the dark sky preservation for cultural and human development, as you may know. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. I hope this presentation have given you some ideas to maybe implement in your country. If you need any help or need any attention from me or our team, we are open to help. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kelly. We have finished our presentation.
Thank you so much, Manuel. That was brilliant. So I'm very excited about what's going on in the chat right now. There's a lot of really interesting questions that people are asking. And in particular, one from, I think, Sarah Pritchard is related to what you were talking about, Manuel, but also what I think some of our other speakers will be talking about as well. So there's a lot of crossover between what we're going to be discussing. But I did want to point out, just in case some of you maybe were wondering, Manuel several times in his talk mentioned Bortle, and that was with reference to the Bortle scale. And I happen to be sitting in front of the Bortle scale. So you can see a Bortle 1 sky is a very, very clear, pristine night sky, and a Bortle 8 or 9 sky is one that is completely polluted with light. So if you are sitting in a 2 or 3, which I think were the ones that he mentioned, there are some areas in Dominican Republic that have those kind of clear skies, then you would see a sky that's kind of clear like this. I don't know if you can actually see my background clear enough. if I'm big enough on your screen. But search the Bortle scale. It's just a light pollution scale that we use to gauge how polluted some skies are. So wonderful. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Manuel. We'll see you at the Q&A with these really great questions that we've got for you. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me just introduce our next speaker very quickly. Leah Osborn. I am very excited for this talk because Leah is a multidisciplinary designer, a writer, a literary translator, and the founder of a collaborative workshop in Seattle, Washington. Leah also serves as the North American Regional Director of the UTLI Lighting Design and has contributed to a broad range of award-winning international design projects over the past 8 years. Leah received a double MFA in lighting design and interior design from the Parsons New School for Design, where her thesis work challenged the industry incentives, which have long defined a designer's role in society, and proposed alternative modes of directing design resources to historically disadvantaged populations. Leah is a co-founder of lightjustice.org, an online forum offering resources that further social equity around lighting design. She is a member of the International Association for Lighting Designers, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the International Dark Sky Association, and is community-friendly lighting certified. So I'm going to hand it over to Leah, and thank you so much for being here, and I'm looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Can you see it? Okay, I'm going to assume you see it. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you to Masaaki and Manuel for what you've shared so far. To you all watching, good morning, afternoon, good evening, wherever on our beautiful planet you are. And Kelly, thank you for that introduction. I am a lighting designer. I am speaking to you today from Seattle, Washington, in the US. And as Kelly mentioned, together with fellow lighting designers Edward Bartholomew and Mark Loeffler, I helped found the online resource lightjustice.org, which we're really hoping makes research and information available to support your social and environmental advocacy around light. So far today, we've heard Kelly, Masaaki, and Manuel speak to the impact of human technology on our natural environment and on our communities, and ultimately on the human spirit on our planet and our shared future together. Today, I'll be offering from the practice of architectural lighting, so that is sources of artificial light that we use to illuminate the built environment outdoors and indoors. Offering a toolkit for you to articulate issues around lighting technology in relation to human vision and experience, social equity, environmental impact, and also community engagement. A little background, because I know that intro was the bio was a little wordy. I think it's meaningful to share just as one human with an interest in light to another, because I imagine you're here because you share that interest. My own interest in lighting design was rooted in a long-time fascination with light and shadow, but I actually originally studied economics and political science because I wanted to better understand the human systems we've created around us, how these structures work, how they feel, what we hope to do within them. I was lucky to grow up between the beautiful Sonoran Desert in Arizona and urban Taipei. So I was exposed to a fairly diverse spectrum of human, sociocultural, and natural experiences that began to inform what I was thinking I would want to contribute to the world. My professional switch to lighting design was actually sparked by personal frustrations with light in my workspace in the public sector. I was working in Sino-American relations, and I could absolutely observe with my own eyes, without a technical education, but also without question, that light does have a psychological and physiological impact on human health. I realized that I wanted to learn to address the problems that subtly surround us in our built environment and in these built spaces we inhabit. I wanted to understand how these problems impact us, and also want to know how to solve them. I want to know who's been studying this, and really this conviction of wanting to become a problem solver who knew how to address the mediums of light and shadow came from seeing inadequate or inappropriate or light that couldn't be controlled in spaces that people were using for learning, for work, for discussions between international delegations. I saw the lack of access to daylight gradually wearing at the morale of my work team. I felt my own frustration at my inability to articulate what the problem was, or to know where to begin to fix it. And one of those big problems was often light, not enough of it, too much of it, the wrong kind of it, the inability to control it, and just not knowing how to talk about it. So I went back to school to study architectural lighting and interior design. And then, starting to work in the design industry, I also found frustrating that while design as a practice is committed to and really enthusiastic about technological developments, aesthetic pursuits, we're creatures that love beauty, and even really committed to an overall advancement and improvement of the human quality of life overall. As an industry, the design world still was prioritizing the privileged, well-resourced spaces, neighborhoods, households. So as a meaningful lens and problem-solving toolkit, design really is still funneled largely away from the spaces and communities that could most benefit from these and who would feel the most impact. So ultimately, this led to my realizing this need for designers as citizen activists, designers in advocate roles, as well as the need for citizens and community members to have access to the expertise and problem-solving skills of designers. That brought me to Light Justice and to join the Dark Skies movement, and now to share with you today. As you all, I'm sure, are aware, light is a powerful symbol. It's historically across many languages and cultures been held as a symbol of knowledge, of truth, of justice. But we also know that light can be too much. It has to be balanced. We're told as children not to look directly into the sun, right? Too much light is dangerous even. So light is really only a positive medium, a positive force, when we can trust that it will be balanced by darkness, just as the day, cycles into night. So ultimately, it's my hope today that I'll be able to share with you, again, sort of this lens for looking at light through the technology of it, through design of it, which will activate your sense of possibility and your own kind of speaking about light, both in your communities, in your advocacy, and also just your own awareness in your day-to-day. Okay, to take another little step back, our earliest relationship to light as a species was with the sun, right? The night sky with lightning and fire. And we sought to find ways to control it and to make it portable, to use it, individually, collectively. I think like torches, candles, oil lamps, mainly for safety and for wayfinding, and again for gathering. And we gathered around the hearth, not only as a source of heat, but also light and community. And then, then there was a move toward lighting interior spaces. With lighting streets with street lamps, lighting even building facades, and now of course lighting even landscapes, trees at night. But to kind of go back, beginning with the industrial era, there was this massive push toward productivity. And along with that, lighting technology really began to expand its reach further, used to more extend the workday than to address human visual needs indoors. So, it's really from there that we begin to see a kind of clear divergence, a sort of dissociation of the application of artificial light and its application from clear and biological human visual needs. We see light beginning to be applied broadly, often without question or full awareness of the technology or the impact of the technology, both indoors and outdoors, to push out shadow, to shorten the night, to extend the day. And then, because light is applied as this technology that isn't clearly understood enough, light begins to be misapplied to oppress underprivileged or disempowered people. So we'll get a little bit into that in a moment, but just wanted to share that, lighting design more recently, right, over the past couple decades, as LED technology has developed. As an industry, lighting design has been working to employ new technologies thoughtfully, develop new standards around how light is used indoors, how it serves people, how it impacts, the spaces around it. Many folks have been working to ensure that light is, pointed toward a sustainable future, minimizing damage to our environment. And earlier on in this conversation, that was very much centered around energy efficiency. It really is time, though, as an industry, and encouragingly, there's been a lot more talk within the lighting industry and the general design industry about taking a clear look at the ways that light and light design does more harm than good, and also looking more clearly at the places and the people that are most vulnerable to its misuse. As you know, lighting technology has never been able to offer more. It makes a lot of promises, right, around lifespan and capability. But at the same time, it can be way more difficult to understand, to predict, and to fix. And as we've seen with the acceleration of light pollution over the past several decades, it's been largely unregulated and unchecked. And ultimately, no matter how good the technology is, if you're frustrated by it, if you're impacted by it, if it's not doing what it needs to do for you, that's a problem. And there's honestly no excuse. As political scientist Isabella Creatura wrote, light's ability to characterize space as either appealing or unappealing furthers divisions that already exist between rich and poor. Now, I believe that everyone deserves both good light and beneficial darkness. And we do see that well-designed, high-quality lighting today is a signifier of prosperity and privilege. Good lighting we're defining here as visually appealing, environmentally responsible, and socially beneficial. So good lighting is then a long-term investment in the value of a building, of a space, or a neighborhood. Marginalized communities frequently suffer from poor lighting, which can be visually distressing, environmentally harmful, and socially detrimental. This is part of infrastructural racism with persistent historic roots. And by recognizing this inequity, we can begin addressing it with a more inclusive planning and design approach to help revitalize these under-resourced places with good lighting. And we often see that, in affluent neighborhoods, neighborhoods with wide streets, not so much, vehicle traffic moving through them, landscaped lawns. From satellite images, we can see that these often have much lower light levels than underprivileged, less resourced communities, where the investment in proper street lighting not only doesn't serve the folks who live there, but also contributes very strongly to light pollution. Now, you may already be familiar with this helpful chart, and if you aren't, I'm happy to share it here and also to point you toward the Illuminating Engineering Society, which has been working together with the Dark Sky Association to offer a standardized approach to outdoor lighting at night. So I'll leave this here for you. Light should be useful, should have a clear purpose, it should be targeted, directed only to where needed. Low light levels are recommended. It should be no brighter than necessary. It should be controlled. It should be used only when it's useful. And in terms of color temperature, warmer colored lights should be used when possible. So these are really kind of boiled down, simplified kind of guidelines that are, very easy to point to if you're advocating for responsible outdoor light. And really, we're seeing that the meaningful question for sustainability in lighting now isn't what it was before, which is how little energy can we use, and which is still important, but again, not as critical with LED technology as it had been before, right? Because now with very little energy, we can create way more light than we need or want. But rather, the meaningful question is what lighting is appropriate for a space, indoors and out? How does it mitigate damage to life on our planet? And how does it best serve its occupants? And, light really has a unique power in both the public realm and the built environments to daily impact people's lives. But most people are not equipped with the language or knowledge to describe the impact that light has on them, and even fewer in a way that equips them to effectively advocate for better lighting or against damaging lighting. And now I want to also move to the topic of beneficial darkness. Beneficial darkness is as important as light, right? We biologically need time to reset. There are clear health impacts to being exposed to lighting for too long. The disruption of the circadian rhythm over time causes sleep deprivation, can cause other health effects. So beneficial darkness is critical in affluent neighborhoods, as I mentioned. They tend to have appropriate darkness balanced with visually comfortable outdoor lighting at night. Marginalized neighborhoods, they tend to lack shade and they suffer substandard lighting at night. To quote anthropologist Celeste Henry of UT Austin, she says, indeed, in the US, the urban poor, the Black and the brown communities corralled in the inner city by processes of white flight and racial criminalization have suffered under this trajectory of illumination. And if you look at it, sorry, drink of water. This kind of goes back to what I started seeing in graduate school and my frustrations with the design industry. But in the earliest roots of lighting design, the development of technology, its application has been prioritized for well-resourced projects. So good lighting and beneficial darkness have been luxuries afforded to spaces for a privileged few rather than an understood human right. And then, we see also spatially working and living quarters of the working class, during the industrial era were constrained to the bare minimum, often severely lacking, and in spaces of wealth concentration, so where wealth was dispersed, made manifest, we see lighting technology going in a more thoughtful, decorative angle, aiming to be visually comfortable, enhancing the experience of occupants, and also turned off when it's not needed, so that people don't have to suffer kind of overlighting. Now, light also can be weaponized and has been weaponized. This trajectory has deep historical roots. I know we're limited on time today, so I'm going to move pretty quickly through these next points. But again, these resources are on lightjustice.org, and I highly recommend looking more into the history of this. And so we welcome you to join this conversation. You may or may not be familiar with the lantern laws that represent maybe the earliest attempt to use light or nighttime to suppress Black bodies through racialized surveillance. Simone Brown's book, Dark Matters, states that lantern laws were 18th century laws in New York City that demanded that Black, mixed race, and Indigenous enslaved people carry lanterns with them if they walked about the city after sunset and not in the company of a white person. The law prescribed various punishments for those that didn't carry this supervisory device. any white person was deputized to stop those who walked without the lit candle after dark. Another historic way that nighttime behavior has been oppressed are sundown towns. These were all white communities, neighborhoods, or counties in the US that excluded Blacks or other minorities through the use of discriminatory laws, harassment, and threats or use of violence to control nocturnal behavior. The name derives from the posted and verbal warnings issued to Blacks that although they could work or travel in a community during daytime, they must leave by sundown. Historians estimate now that there were up to 10,000 sundown towns in the US between 1890 and 1960, mostly in the Midwest, but also in the Northeast, in Massachusetts, for instance, and Connecticut. And the Green Book was a published guide for African Americans to navigate the country and avoid sundown towns and find a friendly lodging. And this leads us now to today, where you can see the legal framework for oppressive policies like stop and frisk policing practices, which were established long before our contemporary era. A modern and current egregious example of the weaponization of light is called omnipresence. It's an NYPD program which installed diesel generator powered floodlights in parts of the city that were considered dangerous, which mostly ended up being housing developments in Black and brown communities. And this represents really one of the harshest examples of using light to oppress a people and community, and an example of the creation of truly unequal and unjust lighting. You can see in this image here, this is one of those gas-powered diesel generator-powered floodlights stationed more or less permanently on a block, creating light pollution that gets not only into people's living spaces, but creates immense glare. I mean, you can see it's not only a source of light pollution, it's also a source of air pollution as well, sound pollution. And when these were originally applied, it was sort of a temporary measure, or it was presented as a temporary measure, but these have more or less become permanent fixtures in these communities. So you might ask, okay, if this is that harsh, it should be obvious, how do these persist? And the fact is, light as a tool, it can be very easy to reach for, and it can be, it's a very quick gratification, right? So because every seeing person responds to light, for cities or for police forces, for towns that are looking to address meaningful issues of safety, it can be tempting to apply light, and often in these applications, actually, I would say, generally speaking, in these applications, lighting designers are not brought in, lighting experts are not brought in to help direct, the application of it. There have been studies, including one that was not peer reviewed, coming from the University of Chicago Crime Lab, justifying this use by pulling data from randomized experiments of street lighting in New York City. While I think more research is needed around this, and while more data is helpful, I think it's very important that research around this be coming from more sources. And again, the impact on safety, on crime levels, needs to be clearly mapped. There's a difference between light being applied, light and police presence, and other more kind of holistic approaches to crime prevention. And so this also brings us into environmental justice. It's an important part of the struggle to improve and maintain a clean and healthful environment, especially for those who have traditionally lived, worked, and played closest to the sources of pollution. To quote the father of the environmental justice movement, Dr. Robert Bullard, it is the right of all individuals to have a safe, clean, livable, and sustainable environment. The goal is to not allow artificial characteristics such as race, class, or geography to impede that right. The Environmental Protection Agency defines the environmental justice challenges that impact communities of color. The list includes lead contamination, unhealthy drinking water, dangerous air quality, hazardous waste site exposure. But overexposure to harmful lighting is not listed, let alone, light pollution and the broader, longer-term impact coming from the loss of dark skies. So this raises urgent questions for lighting professionals about how we can better understand and address environmental justice equities, and to look at these larger systems, what we can do to raise awareness around them. So, okay, I think I'm a little low on time. So to move quickly, there are studies linking excessive outdoor light at night and breast cancer and human health. There's night shift work as well, where workers live often in these same overlighted neighborhoods, never escape artificial lighting, or have the opportunity to enjoy comfortable darkness. So really further studies are needed to continue to investigate, how we can bring both good lighting and beneficial darkness to those who face social disadvantages. Oops. So I guess to sort of move a little bit towards a tone of hope, to quote Antoinette D. Carroll, founder of the Creative Reaction Lab, systems of oppression, injustices, and inequities are designed, therefore they can be redesigned. And really, I think the heartening thing that I've found over the past year and a half working with my colleagues on lightjustice.org and beginning to speak more across other industries, with communities, with designers who are already working on this, with dark skies advocates, with astronomers. We're finding that there is this healthy questioning of the way that systems have or haven't worked, and the ways that the tools that they use are, whether it's radio waves, whether it's light, how these have been complicit, and how they can be reassessed, and how the language can be built around them, so that together we can advocate for their correct use. So there are some wonderful examples of community-friendly light and sort of a rethinking of light application communities, ways to empower folks to speak to what they're experiencing. And one of these examples is Signal Station North in Baltimore, Maryland. I'll explain a little bit more about it in the next slide. But I think it's meaningful to share that designers can be allies to you, to advocates. So please, I would encourage everyone, whether you're an astronomer, whether you're a scientist, whether you're, a community advocate, whether you're, a high schooler just interested in astronomy and wondering, how to protect our night sky, reach out for resources. Be unafraid to reach out to the lighting industry, to manufacturers, to each other. I think art as public outreach and sort of instigation of greater awareness is meaningful. So, collaborative art projects, and also creating public dialogue. We've seen through lighting walks at night can be really helpful, because it's really hard sometimes to visualize the effect that, or sort of imagine the effect that light will have on us or shadow will have on us. So it helps to be there together in a space, say with a lighting designer or someone who can speak to what we're collectively experiencing, and then to share those experiences and build language around our experience of light. So really, I feel that, if I could leave you with something today, it's that, lighting technology is advancing quickly. It is a tool. It is inherently neutral, but we can't assume that as a technology, it will serve human needs however it's applied. Good lighting and good light and beneficial darkness are not just technology. They're not effects of technology. They're what we really deserve to live with. They're a human right. Intrusive lighting, which we recognize when we see it, must be questioned. So a couple projects that I think are meaningful guides for how we can practice more thoughtful and socially equitable and environmentally equitable lighting design. There's Signal Station North, which I mentioned, led by Flux Studio. It's an innovative district lighting plan and public space engagement initiative. It was a unique collaboration between local artists, designers, and nonprofits to explore light and public space to engage and enliven communities. This began in late 2019 and was guided by focused listening, research, urban analysis, and was really moving toward outcomes that included a public space lighting plan, creative lighting installations, and practical community tools for the Station North Arts District in the area and other communities wishing to implement light projects. There is this wonderful zine that was created by an artist as part of this process, this guide to noticing light in the neighborhood. And overall, Signal Station North is really offering a lot of resources, sort of a guideline for how to arrange for light walks in your own neighborhood, how to speak about light. So highly recommend visiting this. And another project that I consider to be really an example of how we should be moving in the future in lighting design is the Gowanus Lighting Project, led by Site Studio in Brooklyn, New York. And it's an example of lighting design expertise made available to community and directly engaging community to address shared concerns, foster dialogue, equip folks with tools and language, and encourage advocacy. This was a considered nighttime experience within the urban landscape of Gowanus in Brooklyn, New York, and sought to initiate community discourse on electric light, and to bring together the community, stakeholders, developers, and the city agencies involved to ensure that light was included in rezoning and development of that neighborhood. So finally, again, welcome you to visit lightjustice.org for more resources and information. It's a growing forum for lighting professionals and citizens to share information and ideas about light justice issues, opportunities, actions we can take. And, is, I think, ultimately going to be a hub for conversations between the lighting design industry and out. So I hope this talk has offered more hope than hopelessness. I think this is an invitation to you to be a little audacious in advocating for, dark skies, for beneficial darkness, and for meaningfully applied, thoughtfully, and equitably applied light. It's an invitation to not adapt to bad lighting. And we're very adaptable creatures, right? We're organisms that are resilient and we adapt to our environment, but some things should not be adapted to. They should be questioned. It's meaningful to let yourself observe where good lighting is and where it isn't, to talk about what you're noticing and ask why it's there. So again, thank you so much for having me here today. And my hope is that, together we can make sure that both light and darkness have a more positive impact on people in more spaces, more kinds of spaces across the globe, and minimizes damage to our shared planet and our shared dark skies.
Thank you so much, Leah. That was really wonderful. I think what really struck me the most about everything you said was just really kind of transformative in the way that we think about light pollution abatement. But in particular, what I think is really important is that this whole process is transdisciplinary. And we really need to engage as many people as possible with as many different resources and knowledge bases as possible to fight this problem, because it affects us in so many different ways. So thank you so much for bringing all of that to light. If I can make that pun today, because I haven't made it yet. So, so thank you so much. And I will introduce our next speakers, actually, a group of 3. What I will be sharing is actually a video clip that they were kind enough to record for us. But our next talk relates to an article that actually came out in 2020 entitled "Whitening the Sky, Light Pollution as a Form of Cultural Genocide." And it was authored by the 3 people that you see on the screen here. So first up, we have Dr. Duane Hamacher. You actually won't hear from him in the video that I'm about to share, but he was the editor of the video. We put it all together. So Duane earned a bachelor's degree in physics, a master's degree in astronomy, and a PhD in the social sciences, and has transdisciplinary fieldwork experience. So he was a recipient of an Australian Research Council Durka Fellowship, during which time he worked for Miriam elders to record and preserve the astronomical knowledge and traditions of the Eastern Torres Strait Islanders. You may recognize him from his TED Talk, his TEDx Northern Sydney Institute talk in 2013, or maybe the National Geographic documentary, The Story of God with Morgan Freeman in 2016, and several other films, documentaries, and exhibitions. Duane is a science communicator, a science writer, a multifaceted consultant, and a professor of professor at the University of Melbourne, actually on sabbatical now as a Kappas Fellow in the Kate Hamburger Center for Apocalyptic and Post-Apocalyptic Studies at Heidelberg University. In addition, Duane holds honorary professorships at the University of Southern Queensland, the University of the Sunshine Coast, and the National Autonomous University of Honduras. Next, we have Krystal De Napoli. She is a Gomeroi astrophysics graduate, now undertaking an honors degree in astrophysics at Monash University. They are a passionate advocate for Indigenous sciences, Indigenous astronomy in particular, which they discuss in public presentations, radio shows, podcasts, research, writing, and pedagogy. In 2022, Krystal co-authored a book entitled Astronomy Sky Country that explores the more than 60,000-year history of astronomy in Australia. In addition to the deep connections between environment, cultural practices, and the stars, and the need to preserve the dark skies above, as well as the cultural information that they contain. In her current role at Monash University, Krystal has helped to develop their first ever Indigenous science undergraduate course, and is also working as a teaching assistant at a local school to design and teach an Indigenous science course for high school students. And then we have Dr. Bon Mott, who is an artist, a curator, and an educator, and they actually use the symbol on the screen to transcend the need for pronouns. So Bon Mott has earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in fine art and sculpture, and a PhD in installation art activated by performance, all from the University of Melbourne's VCA, Victorian College of the Arts. Originally from California, Bon now lives in Ingargo or Fitzroy, Australia. Now, Australia, this is an ancient land with a history spanning thousands of years. And as an artist living on stolen land, Mott considers it a great responsibility to learn the intangible interconnections of Indigenous knowledge. Mott's works look back in history to find a path forward for expanded, inclusive social change through researching the lateral violence and patriarchal effect of colonization from the time of contact. In particular, Bon Mott creates works that embody a commitment to reciprocal nurturing through collaboration with marginalized creatives and researches the Indigenous and Western science of lightning for their creative practice. The outcomes and processes of Mott's creative process-driven independent arts projects are complex and multi-layered, utilizing transformative, transdisciplinary, and mixed method research methodologies that stem from the lived experience of their non-binary identity and neurological disability. So I will go ahead now and switch to the screen.
Yama, my name's Krystal De Napoli. I'm a Gomeroi woman and astrophysics graduate, and I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about a paper I've co-authored with Duane Hamacher and Bon Mott titled Whitening the Sky, Light Pollution as a Form of Cultural Genocide. I'm going to lay down some context as to the importance of sky country, or at least the skies above, for informing our very interconnected knowledge systems, and the way that increasing light pollution, particularly in urban areas, but also now extending into remote areas in Australia, is having a very significant impact on cultural heritage, our ability to have observations as astronomers, and also the fact that it is having an ecological impact, a very negative one, on a lot of our native species, which in turn, once again, impacts our very interconnected knowledge system. So I'm going to go over a few basics that I think are very important when addressing this topic. Starting off with these concepts of virality and interconnectedness. Then I'm going to give a brief introduction to an example of the ways in which the skies can help inform us about processes that we really need to understand in the land. And then I'm going to talk about light pollution and I guess everybody's right to the skies above. Starting off with virality, it's really important to understand that when we're talking about Aboriginal Australia, this word Aboriginal, it's not a traditional word. This is once again like a colonial construct. It's a homogenizing word that sort of combines a group of 250 different Aboriginal countries. So these are very diverse, distinct countries with distinct languages, which within 250 different languages has their own dialects and subgroups. So that's around 700 different dialects. So we are a very varied people. And quite often when we're discussed, we're sort of combined into one group. But you should think about Aboriginal Australia much in the way that you would think about any other continent. For example, I give the example of countries like Italy and Germany. These are countries in Europe which are neighbouring countries, and yet we're quite familiar with the fact that their foods, their culture, their language, their history, their people, their land is quite distinct from one another. And yet when we talk about Aboriginal Australia, we tend to use this term Aboriginal Australia and sort of smush us all together. But we're not. We are a very varied, diverse people, and we should be approaching Indigenous knowledges with that understanding and respect for, I guess, country-specific knowledge. Knowledge that we deal with is related to place. When it comes to Aboriginal astronomy, especially for a culture that is the world's longest continuing cultures, so over 60,000, 80,000, 100,000 plus years of continuous culture, all of our information and understanding has been transmitted in an oral format. And so when it comes to science, a way in which we can encode and transmit scientific knowledge for thousands of years, for many generations, and keep that knowledge intact, is to use a number of different memory and information storing techniques. The one that's relevant to me to talk about today is how we can use story to encode science. And quite often this is taking a piece of scientific phenomena that we can observe in the skies and assigning a narrative to it, whether it be talking about a moon man and a sun woman, and the way those two characters interact in the story to describe the way those objects are moving or interacting in the night sky. And so this is a technique that we're very familiar with, even though, often I feel sometimes some people have some apprehension to accepting this form of knowledge transmission. But it's just like any sort of Greek constellation story you may have heard. This is seeing an object or phenomena in the sky, deducing an understanding from what we're observing and the way that it connects with our environment, and then assigning a narrative, a story to it to help us remember it easier, to help us be able to encode it in simpler or more complex formats so that we can convey that information to the appropriate person in our community, whether that be a knowledgeable person or simply just a child. We can adjust the complicatedness or at least the depth of knowledge that we are giving across in this story. Also, we have to address this idea of interconnectedness. So when it comes to our knowledge systems, they are so intrinsically interrelated to one another. Whenever I'm talking about sky knowledge, people ask me to speak about astronomy. It can never just be about astronomy because our skies are constantly telling us about things that we need to understand in our environment. And so our skies essentially start to become like our library. Each star that we can see in the sky will be related to an area of, say, plant or animal knowledge, helping us predict or understand seasonality or weather predictions on a shorter time scale. It helps us encode our histories and our laws and our social values just by making this connection with this star and our observations and what it's telling us and assigning a story which can convey those moral values. So our skies then become our libraries because each of these stars are like our books. And so as we hide these skies, we lose access to a very important resource for us, which we have had access to for tens of thousands of years. And this loss of access is happening quite rapidly. And it's something that continues to increase with the fact that we are ever expanding. Cities are getting larger, more populated. We are lighting further out into the country. I know my regional town in Victoria, the skies that we see in the middle of my town now are very different from what I grew up with. And it's something that is getting worse every time I go back home. And so it's important for us to talk about this issue because it's not just a cultural heritage issue in light pollution increasing and losing our access to the skies, which is super, super important for us, but also it is having a very significant harmful impact on the ecological health of our environment. So a lot of our native species are suffering very catastrophic consequences of light pollution, of artificial light being present in their environment. To give some context of the way that the skies can help inform our understanding of the environment, I'll just briefly touch on the example of the emu in the sky. So the emu in the sky is a dark sky constellation that you actually find in the dark spaces of the Milky Way across the sky. And it's a very important shape, and it is recognized by many Aboriginal countries, as well as being recognized by other Indigenous communities around the world. For my mob, Gomeroi, when we look for the emu in the sky, we recognize it as Gawaragai. And it's telling us a lot about what is happening to the emu on the ground throughout the year, which we know as the Dinawan. And in particular, the one thing that it focuses on the most is this emu egg harvesting cycle, because emu eggs are a very important food resource for us, and the position of the emu in the sky at sunset throughout the year is going to change, and the way that it changed acts as a calendar for us to understand the emu's behavior on the land and when we can be safely harvesting or collecting emu eggs and making sure that there is enough for that population to prosper. This is it's an oral tradition, a story that has so many layers of information encoded within it. So, not going into full detail in this moment here, but it's something that informs us about seasonal change throughout the year, so what conditions we can expect in our climate, our access to water and its availability across the year, as well as helping communicate our social values once again as well with a firm focus on sustainable harvesting. So we need to be able to see these constellations to be able to understand a lot about our animal and plant cycles. There are so many more examples which I could speak about for hours, but that is not the point of today's chat. And so then when it comes to light pollution, we are seeing an incredible increase in light pollution right across the country, as I've said, extending into rural areas. Light pollution comes in many forms, but ultimately it all sort of comes together in this effect that we call sky glow. So this light that we have all in our environment, which isn't lit with purpose, which is sort of, excessively overlighting business buildings, or, having neighbours' bright lights spill into our yards, or having, street lights which are not properly fitted and are sort of just spilling up. All of this light is also going up into our skies, and so it is impacting our ability to see stars, but it's also very severely and unfortunately super effectively impacting our ability to see faint constellations, features like dark sky constellations, those regions of those dark regions that we find in very faint, delicate features like the Milky Way. 80% of the world's population lives in a place where you cannot access these features in the sky, let alone you only see a few hundred stars instead of several thousand. So light pollution is a big problem, but the thing is, it seems like a lot of people just get very used to it in their environment. It gets very much normalized to the point where if you live in a city for long enough, especially if you never venture out into the country often, it feels normal to only see 100 stars in the sky. The reason that it's so concerning for us is not just losing access to our library above, but also for the impact that it's having on a lot of our native species. And there are so many examples I could give about this issue, but I do want to highlight one in particular that has been incredibly shocking for me, which is that of the mountain pygmy possum and the Bon Mott. So the mountain pygmy possum is a very cool, very special species in Australia. It is one of Australia's, if not only, hibernating marsupial. It is this gorgeous, tiny little palm-sized possum, which at its maximum is around usually 80 grams. The thing is, it hibernates for 7 months of the year, and in that time it loses half of its body mass, approximately 35 grams when it emerges from its hibernating period. And so the issue is that when the mountain pygmy possum comes out of hibernation, it needs to eat a lot of food to be able to accumulate the mass it needs to be able to go for the rest of its year, and then eventually hopping back into hibernation. Its main food source is the Bon Mott. Now, the mountain pygmy possum there's only like 3 sites in Australia that have this species anymore, only 3 populations. And the Bon Mott is very sensitive to light cues in its environment. And so it's a migratory species that we rely upon to re-enter the possum's environment at the right times of year for it to feed on. And over the course of, I think, about 2018, the Bon Mott's population went down from billions down to just a few hundred. This is a dramatic drop in availability of food for the mountain pygmy possum, and it led to an incredibly horrifying, very high percentage of the mountain pygmy possum's young not surviving infancy. And so this very beautiful, cool, unique species in Australia is now pretty critically endangered and is unfortunately sort of running out of options for survivability. There were campaigns trying to highlight to the local people about the impact of light pollution on the on the Bon Mott's migratory pathway. And a campaign was made to try and just stop people from, just turn off your lights to try and see if they could fix this issue. And unfortunately, that campaign was ineffective. At present point in time, there hasn't been an increase in the Bon Mott's population size. The mountain pygmy possum, I know that there have been attempts to try and either introduce a new food source, to dramatically change the possum's cycle by forcing it to not go into hibernation and getting it used to warmer temperatures. And so these are very drastic solutions to an issue that could be relatively easily solved, particularly when we look at transdisciplinary methods of collaboration and attacking this issue. Because it's an issue that impacts cultural heritage, as I've said. It impacts astronomers with their ability to access skies and take our observations, and also having this very harmful ecological impact. But it's also an area in which it can also benefit astro-tourism and the lighting industry for all of us to come together and to tackle this problem. And so I think this is very worrying, not only for us losing a lot of our very important species, but because this is happening to a lot of animals in Australia. Another example is that of the Tama wallaby, which is another animal which is unfortunately getting misled by lighting cues in its environment and birthing its young into a time of year where there isn't the available food for it to be able to prosper. So a lot of these animals are being harmed. And as I said at the start of this, we have a very interconnected knowledge system. The skies above tell us about animal and plant cycles and so much more that we have been able to develop over the course of tens of thousands of years, this understanding. And so what's happening is we're losing a lot of species, we are losing our access to the skies, and also our interconnected knowledge system, which is so unique and so deadly, unfortunately is also becoming out of sync and harmed by light pollution present in the environment. And so this paper was very important for us to write because everybody deserves access to the skies. And for a lot of cultures around the world, particularly Indigenous cultures, the skies are the backbone of our knowledge systems. And so if we can't see our stars, we can't see our books, we can't access our knowledge. So I hope this paper has been able to prompt some thoughts for you all in this way, and I appreciate your time.
My name is Bon Mott. I am an artist curator, and educator, born in California, and I live in this ancient land renamed Australia. As an artist living on stolen land, I believe it is a responsibility to collaborate with First Nations artists by creating relationships of trust and looking back to ancient Indigenous knowledge systems to find a path forward to expansive and inclusive social change. My work is site-specific, process-driven, and my training is in sculpture. My PhD that I received last year in 2022 is in performance art. Art can help inspire curiosity about the world around us in the way that science can. Art can communicate complex ideas of science, and these ideas can reach a wider audience. By using visual and metaphorical language, artists can help communicate scientific ideas in ways that are different and for some people easier to understand and engage with. So art can bridge a gap between how science is communicated. Art has the power to inspire action and advocacy and can be used to raise awareness about important issues and inspire people to make positive change. Collaboration creates a safe environment that can lead to faster learning and greater progress towards shared goals and encourages the generation of new ideas. By working together in a safe environment allows each collaborator to share their knowledge, leading to a deeper understanding of complex concepts and ideas. Whitening the sky, light pollution as a form of cultural genocide, is about how light pollution is a serious problem that affects our environment in many ways. In this collaboration with Duane and Krystal, I came up with the title of this paper. So therefore, I'd like to discuss what whitening the sky means. And I'd like to talk about that in terms of a few different areas: light pollution, slow violence, and how slow violence and lateral violence are sometimes interconnected. The term cultural genocide refers to the deliberate destruction of people's cultural heritage, including traditions, languages, and spirituality and identity. While light pollution may not be a deliberate attempt to destroy culture, it can have a similar effect by erasing the night sky. Many cultures throughout history have developed astronomical knowledge and tradition based on their observation of the night sky for thousands of years. And this can be seen through stories, songs, art, calendars, ceremonies. And light pollution can have a devastating impact on these cultural traditions by making it difficult, if not impossible, to see the stars at night. The bright lights from cities and other sources can wash out the night sky, making it difficult to see even the brightest stars. Although light pollution may not be a deliberate attempt on cultural genocide, I would argue that it's complex, because that's where I would bring in the concept of slow violence, which was introduced by Robert Nixon, who is a professor in environmental humanities. It's a type of violence that is often related to environmental degradation and other slow-moving disasters such as climate change, deforestation, and pollution. Slow violence is a form of violence because it harms people and communities, affecting those who are marginalized or living in poverty. An example of this is rising temperatures, rising sea levels, increased incidence of drought, flooding, and other weather events. In this case, with this paper, it's light pollution. Slow violence, although it's different from lateral violence, they're two very different concepts. Slow violence can be caused by environmental factors, economic policies, and other external forces and it's gradual and often invisible, and because it occurs over an extended period of time. Lateral violence is often a result of historical trauma, systemic oppression, and other internal factors. While I recognize that it's important to understand slow and lateral violence as distinct issues that require different approaches, slow and lateral violence can in fact intersect and overlap, particularly in communities that are already marginalized and facing multiple challenges. Addressing both slow violence and lateral violence is essential for creating more equitable communities. The concept of slow violence is crucial for understanding the interconnectedness of environmental and social justice issues. It highlights the need for a long-term, holistic, or transdisciplinary approach. This leads on to transdisciplinary pedagogy and how it relates to Indigenous knowledge. Transdisciplinary pedagogy is an approach to teaching and learning that goes beyond disciplinary boundaries and integrates knowledge from various forms and perspectives. It recognizes that many of the most pressing issues facing society today are complex and multifaceted and cannot be addressed adequately by one single discipline or area of expertise. Transdisciplinary pedagogy recognizes the importance of integrating different perspectives and ways of knowing to gain a more complete understanding of complex issues. Transdisciplinary pedagogy emphasizes the importance of collaborating across disciplinary boundaries. Transdisciplinary pedagogy and Indigenous knowledge share a commitment to collaboration, integration, and sustainability, and offer an approach to teaching and learning that can help us address some of the most pressing challenges today. Indigenous knowledge is a body of knowledge and practices developed by Indigenous people over thousands and thousands of years based on relationships of the land, water, animals, and other beings is also complex. And this is often transmitted through oral traditions and community practices. Learning Indigenous knowledge is about recognizing the importance and value of Indigenous knowledge systems and the unique perspective they offer by communities that have deep relationships with land, sea, sky, and water and ecosystems. Indigenous knowledge encompasses wide areas and is complex in the way that there's ecological knowledge, medical practices, cultural traditions, spiritual beliefs, and science, and it's evolving. It's not static. Some people feel that by learning Indigenous knowledge diminishes the Western knowledge systems that we have. I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that learning Indigenous knowledge allows a broader understanding of the world around us and fosters greater respect for diverse knowledge systems. And it is important that when we're learning Indigenous knowledge, to learn it with respect and develop genuine relationships of trust with Indigenous collaborators.
I unfortunately cannot thank our trio of presenters personally, or in live, I should say. But I can say that I think this topic of interdisciplinary approaches to the problem and then also solutions to the problem is really interesting thing that keeps on coming up, not only in the talks that we've had today, but also I think as we kind of focus a little bit more on these issues, it becomes a very emergent process by which we can actually find really interesting solutions. So that's just something to keep in mind. So I will introduce our next speaker. We have Jessica Heim here with us live today. So Jessica Heim's research Interests involve exploring human relationships with both sky and land, and in particular, focus on dark skies as well as ethics and policy issues associated with space exploration and development. Jessica holds a master's degree in cultural astronomy, and her dissertation research studied community experiences with dark sky initiatives and dark sky friendly LED streetlights. Jessica is currently pursuing a PhD at the University of Southern Queensland Centre for Astrophysics, where her research focuses now on issues pertaining to the impacts of satellite constellations on astronomy and the space environment. She is a member of the American Astronomical Society's Committee to Protect Astronomy and the Space Environment, or COMPAS, and co-leads the Community Engagement Hub of the International Astronomical Union's Center for the Protection of the Dark and Quiet Sky from Satellite Constellation Interference. So with that, I will very happily hand it over to Jessica, who can tell us more about satellite constellations. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay, so first off, is my microphone sound level okay? I just switched my system here.
Yes, it sounds great.
Okay, great. Okay, I want to share screen. Okay, you can see my screen okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great. Okay, let me just this. Okay, so thank you so much for attending this talk. I'm Jessica Heim, and today I am speaking to you. Let's see if my slides will work. Okay, there we go. I'm speaking to you from Minnesota in the United States on the traditional and treaty land of the Dakota people, who, along with the Ojibwe, are the indigenous people of this land, Minnesota Dakota for the land where the water reflects the sky. So my background is in cultural astronomy, and before I get started into the bulk of my talk, I just want to mention a little bit about what that is, because people will ask me, what is cultural astronomy? So there's a few definitions out there. Dr. Druda Holbrook's definition she's used in a paper I like. Cultural astronomy is the study of humans and their relationship to the sky. So if we think of traditional Western astronomy as just, looking specifically only at the stuff in the sky, cultural astronomy brings in the human component as well, and the sense of human meaning. What have people learned about the sky? How does that affect their daily life, agriculture, science, spiritual traditions, all of the above. So it's a more kind of holistic way of engaging with the sky. Dr. Nicholas Campion has described cultural astronomy as a way in which we're studying the many ways in which human beings endow the cosmos with value and use the sky as a theatrical backdrop to tell stories and create meaning. So, as you've understood from listening to all the speakers today, the night sky has played a very important role in many cultures around the planet. Everything from cultural stories, traditional ways of living, navigation, timekeeping, agriculture, everything you can think of is very tied into the night sky. And so when we often think of the night sky, we think of these Greek constellations, the Western constellations, Orion, Taurus, things like that. But those are just one particular way of looking at the night sky. So in this image here, I like how it shows the stars in the constellation that in the Greek system is Orion, but showing different cultural traditions have very different ways of grouping the stars. Sometimes they're similar and just a different character. Other times there's a completely different way of grouping the stars. But just looking at that, there's different ways of grouping the stars together, different ways of interpreting meaning in the sky. And it's very context dependent. What makes sense in one part of the world would be different than what makes sense in another part of the world. And a lot of the times, these stories about the constellations in the sky are very connected to what's locally happening on the land. And as Krystal mentioned, communities, particularly in the southern hemisphere, where you can see the Milky Way even more so, and all these dark patches of gas and dust in the Milky Way are these dark constellations as well. So you obviously cannot see those if you are in a highly light polluted area and cannot even see the Milky Way. So in a lot of different Indigenous traditions all over the world, there's a theme of we come from the stars are our relatives. And in Western science, we will think of that often in very much chemistry type terms, like, okay, the atoms that are in our body originally came from elements and exploding stars, and very much a physical interpretation of that. But in many communities, they also include it more broadly to have a spiritual sense to that as well. So there are many layers of meaning in these traditions. If you are more interested in learning about some of the traditional knowledge about the skies from Minnesota, where I'm from, this is streaming on public television. Northern Nights, Starry Skies is a documentary that recently came out that I was involved with, and it talks a lot about the Ojibwe and Dakota star knowledge, and it features gorgeous astrophotography and also talks about dark sky advocacy and some of our dark sky places in Minnesota. Also a book by Duane Hamacher that came out recently, The First Astronomers, How Indigenous Elders Read the Stars, is a really good book if you want to learn more about different ways different communities have engaged with the sky and how they did their astronomy. So going into light pollution, as other speakers today have discussed, the light pollution cuts us off from the sky and the stars. And currently more than 60% of Europeans cannot see the Milky Way, and nearly 80% of people living in North America cannot see the Milky Way. So that's a very significant portion of the world's population that does not know what a natural, pristine, unpolluted night sky looks like anymore. And this is just with like radar images, satellite images, of the US from the 50s to the 70s, 1987, 2025 is a projection, but we're getting pretty close to that, on just showing how quickly light pollution has increased and how many people no longer can see those dark night skies. I'm mostly going to be focusing on my talk today is the specific aspect of satellites in the night sky and how satellites are impacting our night skies. So with light pollution from conventional ground-based sources, people have always tried to go, okay, the city is polluted. We'll go out into the country. We'll build our observatory farther and farther out. And of course, it is getting more challenging to find dark spots on the Earth. But like in theory, if you get away, there are definitely still dark spots that exist. Like you can go there if you have means to get there, which is in itself a separate issue. But it's theoretically possible. But with a lot of the changes happening from satellites, they impact the night sky no matter where you are on the planet. So there really is no a way to go to anywhere you go on Earth, you're going to see the satellites. And so what's different with satellites now versus the past? Because we've obviously had satellites for decades, but this is a little bit different. The concept of large satellite constellations or mega constellations is a newer phenomenon. It's collections of large numbers of satellites, as in hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The purpose for a lot of these is low latency, high-speed internet across the world, even in remote areas. The first to be launched were SpaceX's Starlink satellites in 2019, and other companies and nations have planned satellite constellations as well. SpaceX was simply the first to launch. So looking at the number of active satellites currently, so prior to the start of what you could call the large satellite constellation era, May 2019, there were approximately 2,200 active functional satellites in orbit. And then by January of last year, it was up to about 5,000. Currently, it's around 8,100, plus the active, inactive satellites, then trackable space junk, and then there's small debris, things that we can't track. So there's a lot of stuff up there. And at the current pace is increasing as far as how fast satellites are being launched and how many are being launched. So the estimates of how many satellites that will be in orbit by 2030 range from 100,000 to 400,000. And so that, as you can see, is a marked increase over what we had in the past. So that's why the satellites are having more of an impact on the night sky than they did in the past. It used to be, oh, you'd occasionally see a little something, but when you're having this many things in orbit, it's becoming a much more frequent occurrence to see them. And so how does this impact the night sky? So if you look at professional Western research astronomy, it has particularly strong effects on research that requires long exposure times on large areas of sky, because it's just more time, more space, more things will go through the field of view. Research on faint distance galaxies such as dark matter, dark energy, exoplanet transits and wide field surveys, and also near Earth object research. So basically trying to figure out asteroids that may intersect the Earth, trying to locate them, figure out their attributes and orbits. Most of that research is done in the twilight hours, which is also when a lot of the satellites are very visible from the sunlight reflecting off of them. And so increasing numbers of satellites in orbit makes it a lot more difficult to do this asteroid research, because it's hard to tell, well, are you seeing an asteroid? Are you seeing a satellite? Sometimes you just don't know. And so it makes research more challenging. Also impacts on other night sky users. Astrophotography are impacted by increased satellites, especially if you have wide angle or long exposure times. Amateur astronomers, and also anybody who is observing the sky in real time, as opposed to, just looking at your data. You're going out there, you're looking at the night sky, and you don't have any technology to filter what you're seeing. You're seeing the changes in real time. And so then there's another aspect to this as well, in addition to just seeing these point sources of light. So you see all these light, these things that move. And then if you have photographic exposure, it'll be a streak that goes by. There's also the issue of diffuse night sky brightness. And so that's the idea of just all the extra stuff, not just only the satellites, but when things crash into each other in orbit and you have debris and all those little things, even if they aren't bright enough that you can see them as a distinct point source of light, they reflect sunlight. And so the aggregate effect is just that it makes the sky less dark. So that is a concern as we're launching more and more things into orbit, and increases in collisions increase, and it just more stuff up there. There's more stuff reflecting. So there's concern about just the sky is getting less dark overall. And so there's been a lot of recent research looking at that, the diffuse sky brightening aspect. Then there's the perspective of crowding in orbit, just having so many different things up there and how things get crowded. So you have an increasing number of operators launching things into orbit. You have an increasing number of objects. Then you have increased risk of collision, and that can negatively impact satellites that are essential for national security, Earth observation, climate monitoring, etc. Also increasing your risk of Kessler syndrome, which would be a chain reaction where you just have one collision after another, and that eventually could make a particular orbit unusable for a long period of time, also unsafe to travel through it to get to other orbits. If you have too much debris, it's not safe to travel through a given area, because even tiny things like a grain of sand is very dangerous because it's in orbit at high speed. So it doesn't have to only be big in order to be a hazard. And then there's also the impacts on atmosphere and climate, both from things that are launching into space. What are the impacts of the atmosphere, of all the fuels that are being used when they're released at different heights in the atmosphere, but then also re-entry, because the idea is, okay, if you have all these satellites there and they get old and stop working and they create space junk, if you just leave them there, that's not good. So then the idea is, okay, well, we'll just deorbit them. Once they get to the end of their life, we'll deliberately bring them back down into Earth's atmosphere, have them burn up, and then at least they won't be contributing to the debris problem, which is good from the debris perspective. But then there's increasing research looking at, well, how might having huge quantities of satellites coming back down into Earth's atmosphere impact the atmosphere? And this one study that came out recently suggests that satellite re-entries from Starlink mega constellation alone could deposit more aluminum into Earth's upper atmosphere than what is naturally done through meteoroids. and they could thus become the dominant source of high altitude illumina. And so then the question is, well, how does that impact climate? We're kind of doing an uncontrolled geoengineering experiment by doing things that alter our atmosphere, and we don't exactly know what the consequences will be. And then when things come down and they don't fully burn up, that's a problem too if stuff hits the ground. And in the past, it was much more infrequent because there were fewer things coming down. But with the advent of the large satellite constellations, there's so many things going up that, they only last so many years. And even if they're deliberately sent down again when they get to their end of life, that's going to be a constant inflow of old stuff coming down as you launch more and more new stuff. And then the old stuff comes down. It will be a much more increase in things coming down than it was in the past. So in this paper in Nature Astronomy, they noted that the distribution of rocket body launches and reentries leads to casualty expectations being disproportionately borne by populations in the global south, with major launch states exporting risk to the rest of the world. We argue that recent improvements in technology and mission design make most of these uncontrolled reentries unnecessary, and suggesting that states should mandate controlled rocket reentry, so at least people aren't going to get hit by things coming down. So this graphic here just shows some of the diverse impacts of satellite impacts. You have the reflections of the sunlight coming off of the satellites, and then we see those as making the satellites look bright. There's the radio transmissions that satellites send down to, say, satellite internet users, but then it impacts the radio telescopes. You have the atmospheric impacts of the rocket emissions, and then also the satellite reentry. There's the debris. And then, of course, we don't want to have people getting hit by things coming back down. So there's many aspects to this issue. So there's concern about the tragedy of the commons, which is, every individual thinks about, okay, well, this is in my best interest. This makes logical sense. But then you have everybody thinking that. And then the thing is that then your resource that seemed very infinite is suddenly not infinite because everybody is only looking at what makes sense for them rather than how is it going to impact everybody when everybody does that. So there's a risk of tragedy of the commons in the outer space environment. And so some questions that come up with this: is the orbital space around our planet an extension of Earth's environment? Some people would say, no, it's not. It's space. It's different. It's not Earth's environment. And others would say, well, of course, it's part of the Earth's environment because it's just this continuum. Obviously, things going up or down impact the atmosphere, and that affects our environment. And then, light pollution has known impacts on human health and ecosystems and things like that. So from that perspective, some people may say, well, of course, what we're doing in orbit should be considered within the context of Earth's environment. But it's somewhat of a controversial issue. If we do say it's part of Earth's environment in orbit, should Earth-based environmental laws apply not only to the launch and deorbit phases of a satellite's life, but what about its operation while in orbit? And then, can you have environmentally friendly or astronomy-friendly satellites? Currently, a lot of emphasis has been placed on finding technical solutions to some of these issues. So astronomers have been talking with satellite operators on, well, how can you design your satellites differently or operate them differently so they are less detrimental to the night sky? So addressing things like how reflective they are, what are the orientation of the satellites, how can you minimize flares, which is where it'll just suddenly be super bright unpredictably. What is an optimal altitude? If they're farther away, they're dimmer. If they're closer, they're brighter. But then also, if they're closer, you see them a little bit less of the 24-hour period. If they're further, you will see them more of the night. And then there's been attempts to limit magnitude, which is the brightness, by trying different materials on the satellites. Then on the technological mitigation side, there's been looking into software to reduce effects of streaks and increase signal-to-noise ratio, and develop real-time data banks of attributes and locations of satellites. But one thing that's really important to note with a lot of these technical solutions is that, for example, software fixes that can maybe be useful to professional research astronomers do not address the impacts of how the sky appears to the unaided eye. And then there's the cumulative impact, is even if you have, one really good, environmentally friendly astronomically friendly satellite, but then you have a few hundred thousands of them, you are still going to have a very large cumulative impact, which you also have to look at. And that leads to the question of what is a given orbit's carrying capacity, which is very difficult to calculate, because some people will say, oh, well, we'll just know where everything is at all time and have all the satellites be able to maneuver. And if we know where everything is and everything can maneuver, then things won't crash and we can pack it really densely. But you have so many things that are unknowns and variables, like hardware can malfunction, or you can lose contact with your satellites, or you can have another ASAT test where things explode and you have increased debris, or solar weather can make things unpredictable. So it's a very harsh environment up there, and it's hard to be able to have a perfect level of control over your satellites. So just when they get more densely packed, the risk of collisions and problems will increase. And then the issues of the impacts on the night sky and the need for consultation with affected parties. So kind of the historical context of this, there was a SATCON 2 workshop. Before that, there was a SATCON 1 workshop, which was basically the astronomers, the professional research astronomers, talking to a lot of the lead largest satellite operators. And then when they did the SATCON 2 conference a year later, they realized, oh, wait, there's other people that should be included in this discussion as well. Professional astronomers at research institutions aren't the only people who are impacted by changes to the night sky. So we need to incorporate in more perspectives from amateur astronomers, astrophotographers, members of indigenous communities. And with the conversations with a lot of the communities from indigenous communities, there's a lot of talk about, okay, the dark skies, the cultural astronomy, and then the internet. And a lot of times the message that is given out a lot by the satellite companies is that, okay, well, we're providing this useful service, and a lot of these rural and indigenous communities are definitely in need of improved internet access. So sometimes it's like posed as, oh, do you want internet access or do you want night skies? And I think that is very much of a artificial polarity. It's not like it's either internet or it's dark skies. I think you can have internet, you can have dark skies, but you need to look at the nuances of the issues. And a lot of times it's a lot more complex than it may seem in a lot of media articles. So in discussion with the SATCON 2 workshop, one issue that was raised with indigenous communities in particular, in context of the satellite coming in with internet services, there's this long history of, outsiders coming in to quote unquote help communities with a pre-made solution, rather than working collaboratively to find out what the community's needs and concerns really are. Dr. Juan Carlos Chavez has said that telehealth, teleeducation, we need that too, but deploying a whole bunch of satellites up there to quote unquote solve the problem is something that we really got to consult communities with. And then another issue is who owns the infrastructure and other aspects of the internet service. That is important. Dr. Evia Castro has said, what is going to happen if the Starlink project doesn't pan out and has to shut down the service? Now the community has invested a lot of money only to be left with some proprietary antennas that are no longer useful. This is what technological colonization means in a developing country. You no longer own the infrastructure or services. They are owned instead by a private company in a foreign country. So just questions to think going forward with this. Is space-based internet a sustainable business model? It's yet to be seen if that will really pan out, if there are alternate ways of providing internet that maybe have a better way of providing that. There's the cost issue as well. Can the people who need the internet afford the prices? There's a lot of complexities and things we don't know. Does it make more sense to use higher orbits? Medium Earth orbit is further out instead of low Earth orbit for internet satellites, because you could use less of them. There's a lot of complex trade-offs that I don't really have time to get into here. It's important to look at the aggregate impacts of satellites, include that in your decision-making processes rather than just only looking at individual attributes of individual satellites. What are issues relating to equity of access to particularly desirable orbits? Is it first come, first serve? SpaceX likes for a particular orbit. Is that an issue that orbit will get so full that it will be challenging for other people to use that same orbital height? Other countries, other nations, other communities, companies, there's a lot of issues there. And then, there are many satellites that our entire planet uses for purposes other than internet. And how do we make sure that we're not completely putting so much, say, internet connectivity satellites in these huge constellations that then put other satellites at risk that are also very important. And so needing to look at all the different aspects of how space is used and making sure that it's sustainable long term. Just one perspective here I would like to share from an Aboriginal Australian paper that I found really interesting. They say country is an Australian Aboriginal English term for places as they co-become an emergent, situated, more than human relations of response and responsibility. Country includes lands, seas, waters, rocks, animals, winds, and all the beings that exist in and make up a place, including people. It also embraces the stars, moon, Milky Way, solar winds, and storms, and intergalactic plasma. Land, sea, and sky country are all connected, so there is no such thing as outer space or outer country, no outside. What we do in one part of country affects all others. So to conclude, orbits can be seen as valuable resources as space is big, but not infinitely so. An increased emphasis on longer-term time horizons and collective impacts of actors on Earth and space environments is something that would definitely improve our sustainability in space. And there's a need for consultation with Indigenous nations and other communities impacted by changes to the night sky. And so if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate this talk because it really sets up the stage for our next speaker, who another recorded talk, but this will actually be our last speaker of the night, or night for me, but day for wherever you are. So I will introduce our speaker, who is Aparna Venkatesan. Aparna is a cosmologist at the Department of Physics and Astronomy in the University of San Francisco. She works on studies of the first stars and quasars of the universe and is also actively involved in projects in cultural astronomy and space policy. She has been recognized internationally for her research and her DEI, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion leadership. She's been featured widely in media and received numerous prizes and awards. Dr. Venkatesan is deeply committed to increasing the retention of underrepresented groups in astronomy and STEM, and is active in developing scientific partnerships with Indigenous communities worldwide. And so I will play this video now, and I hope you enjoy.
Good day to you all. As we gather here today for this wonderful event on the cultural relevance of dark and quiet sky protection, organized by the IAU's Office of Astronomical Outreach, my gratitude to the seminar's organizers, and a special thank you to Kelly Blumenthal for her role in inviting me to this space today. My name is Aparna Venkatesan. I am a cosmologist, a mother, a storyteller, and a human being talking to you from San Francisco. I want to begin today by respectfully acknowledging those whose ancestral homelands I live and work on, the Ramaytush Ohlone of San Francisco and the Coast Miwok of Northern California. I honor all ancestors, past and present, inviting them here into our shared journey as we build a future that includes all human ways of knowing. And I also honor the traditional custodians of the land, water, and skies where each of you are. I also thank my students and my children for helping me remember to be the elder that the future deserves, and for the privilege of being with the future every day. Our presence in space is accelerating more than ever at the time that we are living through. We are going to space more, we are going to space faster, and we are going to space farther. That glorious Christmas morning in 2021 when the James Webb Telescope launched, and a month later could be seen orbiting around L2, which is this little GIF that you're seeing here, changes our view of the universe. For millennia, we looked up at the skies in wonder and awe and connected to it as scientists, songwriters, storytellers, practitioners of sky traditions, poetry, art, and more. But now we ourselves are going out into space. And as we look up at the skies now, we see things and soon human bases. We see things and soon people that we will have put there. And so this changes our sense of place in the universe. It changes the narratives that we will create about our place and our view of the universe. It will change our stories, and it will change the role that we give ourselves in these unfolding stories. And as we look up at the skies, it's hard not to look away from everything unfolding on Earth, which is at an unusually crisis-loaded juncture in history. With the acceleration of climate change, economic inequality, and many other challenges facing humanity and our planet today, the presence of increasing climate-related disasters, including fires, floods, including also the entire disappearance and potential disappearance, imminent disappearance of many island nations, has created a new level of challenge and crisis that we're all navigating. And one of the fallouts from all of these unfolding challenges is that our sense of time, our sense of calendars and cycles is now greatly thrown off. The pollination cycles of plants, the harvest season, wind and weather patterns, expecting when we can see some migrations or floods or you name it, all the ways we have had for millennia of calendaring and timekeeping is now very much altered, and we are left with the skies as our last stand of calendaring, timekeeping, storytelling, and so much more. Because the very environment and habitat in which all of our collective human endeavors were rooted is now being altered, often disappearing. In addition to this last stand of our skies, this last stand is becoming something that we are increasingly disconnected from. As I've already mentioned, we have a millennia-old relationship with the night skies, but owing to skyrocketing ground-based light pollution, both from the ground and from space, starting really with this fateful day at just about this time of year, just about exactly 4 years ago, that first Starlink train of 60 SpaceX Starlink satellites, we are now facing an increasing interruption and disconnection from this timeless relationship we've had with the night sky. And this disconnection and interruption is falling especially hard, disproportionately on those who are already disproportionately impacted by climate change, economic inequalities, pandemic-related change, and more. For example, Indigenous stories and identities are at a special risk with sky traditions with the growing ground and space-based light pollution that we are currently facing. And for many Indigenous scientists, leaders, and communities, this is colonization happening all over again, just this time in the skies. My colleague and collaborator, Jessica Heim, has already shared with you the situation in orbital space with the rapidly increasing number of satellites and the growth of satellite constellations. Although launched for very lofty goals that all of us want, including economic development and global affordable broadband, we are now coming to terms with the many short and long-term impacts and short and long-term costs of the current escalating privatization of space, as well as the presence of satellites and space objects in low Earth orbitals. Many in astronomy and beyond perceive this as an existential threat to dark skies because it's not just about individual streaks, but with so many glinting bits of orbiting hardware above us, there is an aggregate effect of a rising background of light, which will lead to brightening night skies globally. This, unlike the streaks, are not something you can get away from. It will be there planet-wide, washing out the Milky Way, meteor showers, and much more. Keep in mind this is in parallel to the documented dramatic rises in ground-based light pollution, as, for example, the recent Kaiba and collaborators paper showed through citizen-based science, with some staggering numbers that for the past 11 years, there's been a 10% year-over-year growth in ground-based light pollution and in sky glow, and this is likely an underestimate. Put another way, over the lifetime of a child from ages 0 to 18, you would stand to lose a factor of few of the number of stars that you would see over your approach to being a legal adult. So it's dramatic, it's real, and it's likely an underestimate. I know some in this seminar may have already mentioned some of the consequences of so many satellites. And because we cannot put all telescopes at Lagrange point 2, like James Webb Space Telescope, this is something we need to take seriously. In a recent paper, Jessica and I, along with the lead author, John Barentine, and our collaborative team of other members, have calculated a financial cost from our brightening skies for the loss of data astronomically from the longer integration times that will be required for specific objects, as well as broader loss of science programs and goals. But because we are gathered here today to discuss the cultural aspects of the night sky, I will focus on constituencies briefly beyond professional astronomers, and I've listed a few here, but for the rest of this talk, I will focus on heritage as well as environmental aspects. We want to come, as we move out into space, to the aligned view that the skies and space belong to and impact all people and all life. This isn't just the realm of industry or military initiatives or just for professional astronomers. This is the commons that has always belonged to and will continue to belong to all people and all life. Now, there is a growing movement recognizing that space is an environment worthy of being recognized legally, as well as through other avenues. And there is a growing movement for environmental justice in space, as well as the burgeoning space environmentalism movement. But I want to amplify in particular that globally, in all cultures, there are cultural practices involving the skies, the stars, the constellations, as well as the moon and planets. And usually they are seamlessly integrated scientific cultural practices. They are not artificially siloed. And I'll touch upon one in just a moment. Because we relate to the skies, as I've already shared, as scientists, storytellers, artists, songwriters, cultural sky tradition practitioners, and more, we bring our whole selves, our integrative selves, to the skies, and the skies therefore invite integrative solutions from all of these aspects of ourselves, because it is we who are changing this environment, not just for ourselves, but for all the generations to come. I cannot do justice in this very brief talk to the amazing, beautiful, profound depth and breadth of sky traditions from indigenous cultures and global cultures around the world. But I do take a minute to honor those, their profound astronomy, mathematics, calendaring, and knowledge. And I will focus here on just one, which is the broader circle of Oceania wayfinders. And I express my deep gratitude to one particular circle, the Ohanawa, who have invited me into dialogue for years and from whom I have learned so much. So when we launch a lot of satellites, many of them are quite visible from the ground at particular launch stages at particular times. Soon after launch, it's usually low in the sky, close to the horizon, at dawn or dusk. At later stages, they are higher up, sometimes in the circumpolar skies. With astronomical data, we can go back and apply filters or software to back correct for streaks or interruptions of satellites moving in between star markers that we are tracking. However, with indigenous sky practices such as wayfinding, when they are involved with real-time observations of horizon and circumpolar skies, these cannot be back-corrected later. It is real-time observations. And it's not just about individual satellites either. The predicted rise of global sky brightness that you cannot get away from anywhere on the Earth, from the predicted increasing orbital congestion and eventually skyrocketing numbers of orbital debris, lots and lots of glinting microscopic particles above us. This is going to affect the visibility not only of the brightest constellations, but key horizon markers, such as the Southern Cross and others, as well as the broader web of guiding stars used in non-instrument celestial navigation. So this is already happening, and it is predicted to get worse. So we need to address this now. The sky and space, as we move into them, deserve consideration as environments of their own, needing legislative as well as other protection. And as we move into LEOs, low Earth orbitals, and beyond, what's important to keep in mind is that we need to track not just environmental aspects or the environment of the orbits and what's happening when they are in operation in those orbits, but all phases of this. So the launch sites, how's that going? The operation phase, as well as the deorbiting and the environmental impacts and environmental fallouts at all these stages. Let me give you an example. There is an acceleration of models available and the usage of electric cars and electric vehicles. It is a big wave that is building and is predicted to just run away as far as a usage level by people buying new electric cars. But it is worth asking because there's a number of elements that need mining in order for electric vehicles to be made to match the demand. And so this too needs assessment from start to finish. In order to have an environmentally friendly electric vehicle, what is the mining cost of all of these elements required for the battery that goes in these electric cars? So similarly, we need to ask ourselves and assess, in building this network of satellite constellations for global affordable broadband, what is the narrative arc of environmental impacts from start, launch to finish? All that hardware has to go somewhere. If they deorbit, they will contaminate the atmosphere as well as the oceans. We were recently reminded of the need to do this kind of environmental assessment of impacts from start to finish by the Starship launch just a little over a month ago in Boca Chica, which led to a fantastic cloud of raining concrete chunks and particles and debris and clouds and dust, not just over the launch site, which ended up leaving a big crater in the ground, but over protected wildlife refuge land, fragile ocean habitat, and a much larger circumference of nearby towns than had been initially predicted. And that's just from the launch, as well as the subsequent explosion of the Starship object as well. So again, this is something to keep in mind. This is not just a small preview of the future. We know that space exploration is risky and that we will have explosions, mistakes, missteps on the way. But the thing is that this had a much greater environmental impact than predicted, and we can expect more of this to happen as we go to space more, faster, and more widespread across different countries. And here I wanted to read a quote from Ezra Klein in a recent podcast on AI. Now, this particular paragraph really stood out for me in what I see in the words of Maori scholar Linda Tuhiwai-Smith as the manufactured urgency of colonial systems, in this particular case, moving to orbital space. These sentences really resonated for me. If we had aeons to adjust, perhaps we could do so cleanly, but we do not. The major companies are in a race for dominance. Money is gushing towards companies with expertise. To suggest we go slower or even stop entirely has come to seem childish. If one company slows down, another will speed up. If one country hits pause, the other will push harder. Fatalism becomes the handmaiden of inevitability, and inevitability becomes the justification for acceleration. So let's keep this in mind, that this is a story that's still unfolding, that we can do something about, that we can take more of a role in. It's not as, a done deal. It's not as inevitable as perhaps some constituencies would have us believe. This is our shared heritage, our shared environment, and we can do this. This environment is not just something that we have connected to for millennia, but it is the source of our shared heritage. So through this talk, I wanted to call on all of us to reimagine heritage beyond just individual sites of cultural significance, boot prints on the moon, launch sites, and so on, from the moon or soon to be other bodies in the solar system, but to broaden it as the environment from which our shared scientific cultural knowledge comes from all human ways of knowing, whether that's the roof of a beautiful volcano in Hawaii, whether it's a fragile ocean habitat, whether it is the skies itself. Let us reimagine heritage that includes all of us, and that includes all human ways of knowing. And I'm especially encouraged by the creation of the new Mauna Kea Oversight Authority Board, where after many years of dialogue and slow progress and lots of difficulties and stoppages of construction, they are now moving forward with this new 11-member board, putting the Mauna in the middle, stewardship of a shared environment rather than pitting individual constituencies against each other. As they said in a recent American Astronomical Society meeting in a plenary talk, this problem has been going on for decades. We are going to ensure that this generation finds solutions. We are not leaving this problem for our children and grandchildren. And perhaps this is the way forward for our shared skies. We honor the culture, we honor the science, we honor the storytelling through stewardship of the shared environment that gives rise to all of them. And wrapping up, what we do in orbital space is what we will take with us to the farther environments of the moon and other worlds in the solar system, which have value and significance, including cultural significance, beyond their mere utility for us and the soon-to-be booming $2 trillion space economy. I myself recently reconnected to my own cultural tradition of Moon as ancestor when my father passed at the very start of the pandemic, and I couldn't get to his ashes in India for a very long time, over a year, due to closed borders and other pandemic closures. He passed at new moon, which in our Hindu calendar, like so many calendars, is a lunar calendar. The new moon is a time of ancestors and remembrances. And as the pandemic weeks and months became this kind of gray landscape of time standing still and not really progressing, there was a sameness to time. I lost track of how to really calendar my life, but the skies really helped me. I kept track of the moon phases, so I knew how many moon phases and moon cycles I was past my father's passing. I reconnected to the stars, to the planets, and to the moon as never before in remembering my beloved ancestor who had passed. So all of these have value and cultural significance more than what we assign to them in our perhaps short-sighted economic utilitarian viewpoints. So I will end where I began, with ancestors and our future. Space is our shared ancestor, whether you view it as that is where our atoms arose, forged in the hearts of stars and their death throes as supernovae, or whether we see it as the origin of our stories, our culture, our language, our traditions. Space is our shared ancestor, representing our shared intangible cultural heritage, greatly in need of safeguarding at the crossroads of history we stand at today. And it's not just the crossroads, it's the crosshairs of history. How will we answer to the future and future generations about what we did and did not do to preserve all of our traditions, including cultural traditions? That is the path ahead, one that I hope we can embark on together. Thank you.
I personally think that that is a great place to stop our set of talks for today, and to really think about and maybe be a little hopeful for the future on what we can do. So now I would like to invite all of the speakers who are joining us live today to please come alive after sitting around for so long. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. And we have some questions for you that we'd like to go through. So now we won't go to all of the questions that were asked in the chat. These are just a select few. And then the rest, we're going to try to get responses from our speakers and then send a response to the rest of the questions at a later time. But to start us off, I think this question is really interesting. And I think that we've talked about it quite a bit, actually, throughout the day. And that is, how can we place the perspectives and the values of local people at the foreground of our efforts to protect the dark and quiet sky? And anybody who would like to respond can go ahead. Yeah, please, Manuel.
Okay. Well, in my experience, in our experience here in Dominican Republic, we don't have a so developed pre-Columbian culture. Chinos will also are so far also known for a sub-level of pre-Columbian culture, but for some findings in recent years, for some local anthropologists, they have found that there may be some evidence that the Chino people have knowledge, or at least astronomical observational knowledge, and they have located places specifically here in a province called San Cristobal, when in a cave on December 21st, there is a rate of light that in the noon, close to the noon, is illuminating, as to me, a representation of a god, of a ten of God in the cave. So therefore, it's very likely they have some knowledge about the position of the stars in the sky and the seasons, because this is the winter equinox. Yeah. And the first thing to do that is to find evidence that ancient people and your local people have some knowledge of some histories with the sky, and try to gather all the information related to that and organize it and share that information with the locals, young people, and schools and public events. So that way, people will have more tools of have an identification with their history and their sky. Every pre-Columbian culture, in the case of here on America, every ancient culture over the world has an history with the sky, but that we don't know that history, that doesn't mean that didn't happen. So first thing is, you said at the beginning, sorry, not at the beginning, at some point you say that you use on our interdisciplinary. Anthropology is a science that can do a lot with astronomy if we put some goals together and approach, because we can find the relation of the ancient people and cultures with the sky, and then pass to conserve or engage those values to modern people so they can last longer. That's my opinion, my experience.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to add to that, or maybe take it in a different direction? Yeah, please.
I guess maybe not as a direct answer to the question, but sort of generally understanding what it's speaking to. I really appreciated what's been shared today, and this sense that, no matter what angle we're taking in this advocacy work, or no matter what field we're in, there can be this recognition of, as Manuel just said, interdisciplinary dialogue, dialogue between people who have, a certain expertise, maybe that they worked toward professionally or academically, and the people in the communities around them who they live with, they work with, they interact with, who may not have those expertises, but, who have this shared connection to the night sky, who share ancestral roots, who share, I recently was introduced to, I think, this really meaningful question of, are we being good ancestors? Right? We think about our ancestors, but also, the decisions we're making and the tones we're taking now will ultimately have this effect on the longer arc ahead of us. Generations will never meet. So again, I guess this is a roundabout way of saying that, I think the way that we make sure that we're prioritizing, that we're putting at the forefront, peoples and cultures, in this thoughtful way, I think it really comes down to these smaller moments of connection with each other, an opening of dialogue, and a continual revisiting of, these opportunities to speak together, to acknowledge, to share, to storytell. So just wanted to encourage that.
I think that's so deeply important. And I think a lot of us really need to be comfortable with that process taking time, and not trying to force a lot of these conversations to move faster than they ought to, or faster than they want to, maybe. But it's a really important thing that I think really speaks to a lot of what Manuel was talking about, but then also, building from there. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Masaaki-san, Jessica, would you like to add anything, or should we move on?
Yeah, you can move on.
Okay. So someone asked about light pollution in urban areas and what people can do to fight light pollution in their cities, in their city regions.
I would just very simply say that a great place to start is the International Dark Sky Association. There is a phenomenal public outreach sort of package of tools, of materials, which can be used to, to begin to work, toward addressing light pollution in urban areas. They have really worked hard to provide educational resources and just, again, accessible, printable, shareable tools that, give language to the actual, visual impact in terms of how you can identify sources of light pollution, and also communicating the, the need to address it and its overall kind of damage. So highly recommend visiting the International Dark Sky Association's website for that.
In your talk, Leah, actually, you mentioned something that I hadn't heard of before. What was it? Light walks? Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, absolutely. So these, it's not like capital L, capital W, official light walk. We all know what they are. I first came upon the concept when speaking with my fellow lighting designer, Glenn Shrum, who was also my director at Parsons and a wonderful educator. But working on the Signal Station North project, they brought together in this community engagement event called Flash, basically gave community members the opportunity to walk together as a group to sort of communicate and observe what they were seeing. So, walking through a community, maybe one block, there's the sense of, oh, wow, it's really bright. Well, it feels kind of unwelcoming, or it feels maybe a little harsh. And then being able to say, oh, okay, yeah, I feel that too. And then pointing out, well, where is this light coming from? Oh, it's on this building facade. Well, is it serving a purpose? What is it doing? Could it be different? And then because you're there together in person, you're also able to, begin a conversation about what maybe should be changed, rather than just walking alone and maybe having or not having or needing to tune out your knowledge of what's going on around you. So in this community walk, they also had, because there were lighting designers there to facilitate and support and educate, they had also made sure that folks had each a flashlight. So then collectively they could, for instance, point light together at a building facade in different directions and see the impact that light has, the directionality, right? Like what it's pointing at. Is it just pointing into the sky and diffusing, and then the light isn't actually doing anything, instead, just sort of being wasted? So this was one example of a light walk that I think was a really meaningful contribution in the process of, Signal Station North, that sort of design. There are other light walks that I know have been done sort of in the lighting design community, where it's lighting designers getting together and sort of moving through neighborhoods and having this conversation about, well, is it clear that one neighborhood is well-resourced, has gotten a lot of attention from, the city or the municipality in terms of thoughtful street lighting, or not? So light walks, there is a resource on the Signal Station North website, and that shows how they conducted their light walk. And also, with that zine that I mentioned, I imagine it would be pretty easy to organize one on your own if you're like a student and in your college and want to get together a group of folks and print out the zine and walk around and sort of build up that language of talking together about the light that you see and the light pollution sources. I think it's quite accessible. I'd love to see more of it coming from lighting designers in their communities.
I mean, it sounds like a really great way to like learn about your neighborhood and learn how to have a conversation about it and learn the jargon, as we call it. But Manuel, did you want to add to that?
Yes, there is a similar exercise which I also refer in what I think I referred in my presentation. Is, for example, when you are in a road to outside a city, you can see with your own sight how the light pollution is going lower to the horizon, is even sometimes is also gone. This we are working on checking a video of that process in a time lapse, so you can make a comparison with the light pollution map and the condition of the sky you are seeing from a specific location, and try to replicate the condition of illumination that have in some suburban areas which have some economic development or certain high number of people, but the lights are not so invasive because there's not so much publicity, because in our case in Dominican Republic there is a lot of light pollution that comes from publicity showing that the lights are from down to up instead of backwards, not efficiently designed to see just the publicity. And this could help for the experience of the city, because also you can see in cities when you are close, for example, intersection that has 4 lights in every corner, you could just put a big one in the center of the intersection related, and all the corners will be lighted more efficiently. That's 4 powerful lights in each corner, and this is part of the exercise I think you are referring to. You identify the source of light pollution and giving some solutions for a better condition of the lower light pollution in the city. Thanks.
Yeah, Jessica, do you want to
I just wanted to add, about the importance of looking out and looking at the lighting at night. Just like from my own experience with on a college campus, I went there and we did this like walking around campus, right after sunset. And, one thing that was interesting that one of the people had mentioned that I hadn't really thought of is they're saying, some of the administrators are like, oh yeah, we leave, for the workday at 4:30. We're never on campus at dark, so we don't really see what the students are seeing and stuff. So I think it's really important that the people who are making decisions are able to experience the light in the same way that the people living there experience it, because it was really interesting. This particular walk, we're walking around the campus, and then after a few minutes, like they were pointing out to me, oh boy, that's a really bad light. Boy, that's horribly bright. Wow, that's blinding. I can't see where I'm going. Oh, look, because it's so bright, I can't see in the shadows. And so I think that, I think the personal connection with both the dark skies and the lighting are really important. And like, so some people who are very interested in light pollution issues come at it from a perspective of astronomy. We want to see the night sky, but there are people who don't really care that much about that, which, is fine. It isn't my experience, but, there's people who you couldn't care less about the sky, but there are people, but you can talk to them about, oh, okay, well, the, safety from the perspective of reducing glare and increasing driver and pedestrian safety by not having the glaring lights. And so like, what values are very important to a given individual. And then there's usually some aspect of lighting design that relates to that. So kind of focusing on whoever you're talking to and communicating with about this on, what's important to them and finding that. And then also as far as the night sky, a lot of people just can't relate to what it actually should look like because they've never seen it. So I think it's really important to be able to like host events and things to engage people with the night sky, because then they can go, oh, this is actually out there. I never thought about it, So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really speaks to the importance of having the experience of a dark sky, either through going out with an astronomy society or astronomy club, or maybe some astro-tourism that you have locally or something like that, or maybe even just going to a planetarium and experiencing that way. They're called dark sky oases for a reason. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Masaaki-san, would you like to add anything? Yes, please.
Yes, in radio waves, of course, we in some radio observatory accept the public visit, but in the visit, for example, in Nobeyama Radio Observatory in Japan, there is a big sign that inside of this area, please turn off your cell phone. So many people are kind of surprised to see that one, and some people consider why why should I turn off the cell phone? But there's some explanation about how this radio telescopes detect very weak radio signal from the cosmic signal. Then they understand that, well, I use radio waves with this cell phone. We usually do not mind about the radio waves when using our cell phone. Say in 20 years ago, the cell phone coverage area is rather limited. So sometimes we went outside of the service area, but in these days, many places, especially in Japan, has a radio cell phone connection. So many people don't aware that this is I'm in the service area or not outside of the service area. So in that sense, it's have some difficulty to feel that we use radio waves, but in such kind of in radio observatory around the radio telescope, we can understand that the importance of the radio quiet zone. So probably this is something like similar about experiencing dark night. Experiencing the radio quiet environment is also a very good experience for the people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, a lot of what you said also speaks to what Manuel was talking about in his presentation, that education is just so important, and making sure that people understand not only that their phone uses radio waves in some way, but just how their devices work, and how the things around them work. I think a lot of the times we think of our computers or our phones or the lights as these like magical black boxes that just work because they work, but they actually, there's a reason why they work, and they produce things that we can't necessarily see. And I think maybe that idea is lost on a lot of people, particularly when it comes to radio astronomy. Now we have a question about radio astronomy and radio quiet zones, but I actually would like to take a little half step back and talk about working with politicians to make change happen. Because I think that's something that we all really care about, regardless of whether we're talking about the radio part of the spectrum or the visible part of the spectrum. So what do you think is the best way to work with politicians to make change in our communities? I think you're muted, Manuel.
Thanks. First of all, I may be too clear with my answer, because we could divide it in 3 stages. The first of all is to have a clear mindset your own, that your goals are not the politician goals. Your goals have to be alineated with some interests that the politicians has, that they could help you to reach your goals so they can reach their goal. They don't give about the things you care about, environment and other things. They just want some political benefits, which is normal. It works the same way in companies. It works the same way in our sectors. So then when you realize that, you must find ways to make agreements, so you notice opportunities and relations that you will have with politicians that have goals that they could use your goal to then reach their goal. It works in both ways. And be very resilient, because things in politics don't happen as fast as they should, with some extension in case, and trying always to involve people of their communities that they are maybe related or they know about, so they could have a context of why what you are proposing, of what you are taking to them is important to them and the communities they represent. Trying to figure out that this will be a political achievement for the future, that he's giving a legacy, that he's doing something greater than most politicians are usually do, that is thinking in short terms. You have to find the connection of the goals he has or on politics and yours. And then you go to the third step, that is, to the second step, that is show them the evidence of what you are talking about and why it's good and why it have to be executed. And when you have this evidence, as factual as possible, so they can see numbers, so they can see direct impacts on economic sections, so they can see any impact on any other way that will beneficiate them on politics. Then you go to the third stage, that with a common action, that the doors that they will open to you, and you and your team should use those doors to reach the goal you have, so he will later reach the goal they have. And this could be also the beginning of a long-term collaboration, if you can divide this in small phases. Not maybe, for example, we show in my presentation, the team have the goals of a dark sky normative at national level, dark sky for communities at local levels for every region, and dark sky for education also at a national level, but in education. What we have done to reach all this is going smaller, going to communities and creating the interest in communities, so they tell to their politicians that this is an issue, that this is something they care about, that this is something they want. I want a telescope in my school. I want an astronomy teacher in my school. I want to learn how to make some money with the land of my fathers, that I have no agriculture there. So this way they will create the actions with you to reach those goals. This is my experience, and so far I think it's given some achievement. There's a long way to come yet, but this is my experience, and this is what I have to say about this issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Leah.
Yeah, I would agree with Manuel that it's a work in progress, right? I think the fact that it feels maybe a little daunting for dark and quiet skies advocacy to be prioritized the way we feel it should be in politics, means that there's not yet been that strong enough connection, right? There's still some disconnect. But I think one of the most powerful aspects I've realized of dark and quiet skies advocacy is that it really, I think, speaks and transcends, speaks beyond and transcends political lines. I think there can be this shared sense of responsibility, of stewardship, of possibility, of history and the future that can be difficult to find in areas of advocacy work, social or environmental. So I think there's a lot of potential there. So I think, I feel encouraged myself, and I would hope that you all feel encouraged too, that that there will be ways in which, no matter kind of what the political divide or the political scene, there will be ways to get the attention of politicians in a way that will move dark and quiet skies advocacy forward. Also, I think Manuel spoke to the need for different levels of activism and engagement. I would say, one example of individual advocacy and activism in reaching out to politicians that I've been inspired by is by a dark skies advocate named Debbie Moran in Houston, Texas, who has just been immensely tenacious. We met through Light Justice through a talk, but she's just been absolutely tenacious in reaching out to the city and speaking to city council members, reaching out to the police department to, speak about the way that, light is used in the city. She's used a lot of International Dark Sky Association resources. She's spoken with the Green Building Council. So I've personally been very inspired by her work and her initiative and her absolute fearlessness in reaching out to people, pulling people together, starting conversations, and keeping things moving. I was just looking up an email from her because I want to be able to share with you, but she's been pulling together her work and resources at softlighthouston.com. So that could be an interesting place to start if you're thinking about grassroots level kind of activism and engagement of politicians locally. Also, if you're a writer, if you're someone who, is comfortable communicating that way, it's worth writing, an article for your local newspaper. Media catches political attention as well. And so, I think as Manuel brought up, there's a certain amount of savvy that's worth considering, right? So knowing like local, election cycles, figuring out which folks are running for what, and what they're speaking to, who they're speaking to, and then maybe offering, finding intersections there. So Light Justice, Edward, Mark, and myself, we co-authored a paper with Ruskin Hartley, the director of IDA, and we're writing specifically about the Omnipresence program in New York to try to raise awareness around that. So again, I think writing is another way to call attention and to raise awareness, and and to call out local politicians and the national legislators. And then finally, on an industry level, I think on the one hand, yes, we do as individual citizens have our own sense of responsibility of taking action and speaking what we see, but also industries, have clout and have sway in ways that an individual never will. So, I think I've spoken to kind of lighting as an industry. I think there is certainly a responsibility there. For the lighting industry, the design industry, consider maybe the industry that you're in. Maybe it seems totally unrelated, but if there's any way to start a conversation, that could lead to a shift in kind of speaking about the responsibility, and then maybe reaching out to, or lobbying, politicians. I think it's worth doing. No action is too small, and also it is no individual's responsibility, right? We have to be working together and building momentum.
Another hopeful note to end on. Masaaki-san, Jessica, do you have any things to add about this?
Personally, I have no experience talking about. Talking about the radio right zone with the politicians, but I think that some people still think that turning the lighting darker, or putting some restrictions in new radio service is something like left behind the economical development. But we have to emphasize that this is not something like that, but probably that is not a restriction, but probably a good opportunity to opening new possibility to make a more, environment friendly society, or Probably the talking with, especially in the radio astronomy regime, that people don't know about the importance of radio astronomy. Probably people can understand that the dark sky concept, but it may be difficult to understand the quiet sky concept, radio quiet concept. So probably we have to talk more about the importance of radio astronomy or the importance of the radio quiet environment with politicians and of course in the community members.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much what Manuel and Leo were talking about as well, making sure that everybody's on your side before you start talking to politicians. Now, Jessica, actually, I would like to direct this question toward you because there were some interesting comments and discussions in the chat about how the UN could get involved with satellite constellations. And I thought you might want to speak about that just a little bit.
Yeah, politics on an international level are a lot more complex than local or even national. So that's one of the challenges of the satellite constellations is, there is a field of international space law. There are a few legally binding international treaties, but no new international treaties relating to outer space have been ratified in decades. The existing treaties came to light in the Cold War era, and they assumed that the key actors in outer space was not anything like what it is today. At that time, it was mostly the Soviet Union and the US. They were assuming state actors for the most part. And now what we have is, more state actors plus even more private actors. So that is very complex. And there is the United Nations Committee for the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The challenges with that, it's a consensus-based body. So it's, I've heard people say that it moves at a glacial pace or it's slower. So it's just very challenging to come to consensus on anything that's legally binding. The trend in recent decades has been to do more, best practices, guidelines, and industry standard practices that different companies will adopt, and that can in effect be adopted into law over time because what are the best practices are often taken as voluntary guidelines at first. Those later can be codified into national laws. And then say the US put some particular national space law into effect. Well, because the US is a large player in outer space, then that obviously influences other countries' national laws. So there's that aspect of it. But as far as doing anything legally binding, it's a lot more challenging. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else with that. There are a lot of voices I hear from the space sector industry that are of the opinion that, okay, well, we don't want any regulations, we can figure it out ourselves. We can do everything 100% through, voluntary guidelines and best practices, and that's good to go. And there's a lot of other people who think, well, no, we need some degree of regulation or this will become a problem at some point in time. And then some people say, well, we shouldn't have any regulation until, we completely know all the problems and all the technology is developed, and then we would know what the regulation should be. And then other people say, well, if you wait till that point, you've got a giant mess and you're going to have a lot of trouble cleaning it up. And a lot of things with space junk, people will often point to a technological solution, we just got to get these, giant vacuum cleaner like things in space and just suck up all the space junk. But that actually has several complications with it. One is, okay, is it technologically and economically feasible is one issue. Another aspect of that is, okay, if you are suddenly in the business of moving things around in space, okay, well, what, can you, clean up other countries' space junk? What if you accidentally or intentionally start moving functional satellites, and a lot of the technologies that could be used to clean up the stuff or move things also could be used for more nefarious purposes. So there's that aspect. But I think it's just, as in general, as a society, I think we always tend to jump to, we need a technological solution to every problem. And like the technology is an important aspect of things, but a lot of the aspects of these things, it's like you can't just solve it through technology. Okay, you can have a terrible technology or a wonderful technology, but how do you use it? What are the people's values behind it? What is the worldview you're taking to your approach with engaging with the space environment or the night sky or anything? I think there's a lot of issues that are not technological in nature that you need to have discussions about in order to address them. So I think you can't only look at it as only policy or only technology. I mean, it's very much like, I think that transdisciplinary approach is really important because you have to look at all aspects of an issue in order to come up with good solutions and get different perspectives on it. Because if you only look through one lens, you're not, if you only look at engineering, you can come up with great engineering solutions, but you might overlook a whole bunch of other things that somebody coming from another perspective would go, but what about this? And the engineer would be like, oh, I never thought about that. I focus on my engineering. I do really great engineering. So I think you need more perspectives.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to direct another question at you, unfortunately, to make you talk some more. So we have a question about constellations of satellites. How do they interfere with the various kinds of astronomy? And maybe Masaaki-san can talk about how it interferes in the radio. And yeah. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I talked a little bit about that. I wasn't going into super depth, but okay, for example, anything where you're doing long exposure times or wide area of sky. So like Vera Rubin Observatory stands to be particularly affected because it's taking long exposure times looking at wide areas of the sky. Okay, and why might you take long exposure times or look at wide areas of the sky? It depends on what you're looking for. So if you're looking for very faint objects, you're going to need to have your exposure time be longer to collect an adequate amount of light. And so the longer the exposure time you have, well, then, if you have a gazillion satellites passing through, you don't have your data is kind of compromised because you have all these streaks going through it. And then there's a lot of complexity to how exactly different types of data can be affected. But one is that you lose data. Two, depending on for what you're doing, okay, let's say looking for asteroids, you can get confused by seeing things and thinking, oh, well, is that an asteroid? There was one particular example recently where people thought that they had found this really, rare astronomical phenomena, and well, it just turned out to be a satellite. And so you can have, examples of you're confused of, okay, am I detecting something? Am I not? Is it a satellite? What is it? There's just so much things going on in the sky that it just becomes difficult. So you will have lost data, so it will take you more time to do the same amount of research. So that leads to increased cost to do the same amount of science. And also you will just probably not get as much science done if you're having those type of things. A lot of these, really large facilities, they have limited amounts of times. It's very competitive to be able to do your research on that. So if you have a phenomenon that's making it so a lot of your images aren't as usable, you're losing data, you have to take more time, it becomes even more competitive, and people from smaller institutions are, more disadvantaged than they already are because it's making it even more limited. A lot of times people will say, oh, well, just, we've got all this problems here from Earth, just put all the telescopes in space and that'll solve all the problems. And I think a lot of people outside of professional astronomy don't really understand that, it's not space telescopes or ground-based telescopes. You need to do both. They both do different things well, and there's trade-offs with either one. And yes, there are some things that you can do better from space, but there are also things that are very challenging to do from space if you have to calibrate your equipment or if you need to maintain it or things like that. You can't go out and fix the James Webb telescope. Hubble was lower and we could go up and fix stuff. But another thing is if you have, say, Hubble, for example, in low Earth orbit, it is low enough that it's still getting lots of streaks in its field of view. So it's impacted by satellites just as well in its imagery. And then it also is physically up there. So you have increased risk of stuff hitting things. So there's many ways in which it is impacting astronomy. And then, maybe I'm not the best one to talk about the radio astronomy aspect. I'm not a radio astronomer.
Yeah, for radio astronomy, several radio telescopes has a much smaller field of view compared to the optical telescopes. So in that case, the possibility that the satellites coming into the radio telescope's field of view is rather small. But in lower frequencies like SKA or its precursor, those in extreme case, the telescope can see the whole sky. In that case, many satellites are going through. And of course, in the geostationary satellites are always there. So many those very wide field of view radio telescope always see the geostationary satellites. And there are another problem for radio astronomy is that some satellites has a very strong, very powerful radar to observe the cloud from the orbit. So in that case, the satellites emit very strong radio waves down to the Earth. Then if this beam coupled with a radio telescope main beam, then the very powerful radio waves comes into the receiver of the telescope, and it may be destroy the receiver itself. It's very tiny, sometimes superconducting in this kind of telescopes, and it's easily destroyed by the strong radio waves. So we radio astronomers or IAU and satellite operators have some agreement that when the satellites comes close to the radio telescopes, then the satellites stop emitting the strong radio waves and to protect the radio instruments.
That's very interesting. I think, when I did my PhD, I did it in theoretical cosmology, so I don't know anything about observing the night sky, unfortunately. But it's really interesting to learn about this stuff through you and through the things that I've been hearing also from the Center for the Protection of the Dark and Quiet Sky from satellite constellation interference. They've been doing a lot of this stuff, thinking and talking about and protecting the night sky from satellite constellations and the various impacts that they have. So we have one final question for you, and then I promise I will let you go. We talked a lot today about relationships between institutions of various kinds and community. And, these could be political institutions, these could be nonprofit organizations, it could be a scientific institution. But how do you think, how would you describe a very successful relationship between these kinds of institutions and communities? And how would you go about creating those relationships?
Can I start?
Absolutely.
Yeah, in radio waves, we have a very long tradition with sharing the frequencies with many industries. TV broadcasting, cell phones, satellites, radars, and various communications services use radio waves. So in that case, we have a very frequent discussion with the industries. And through these discussions, we can understand the importance of the industries and also importance of the radio astronomy. So we can share the ideas and we can share the values of each endeavor. So the important thing, especially in the radio waves, that the frequency, radio frequency or radio waves is limited resources. So we have to share it. And so we have to understand the importance of each side and try to find the way to healthy coexistence of various kind of services which use radio waves. But the base point is a frank discussion, a friendly discussion.
I love that that phrase, Masaaki, friendly discussion. I think that really is, I think that's the crux of it, right? Because institutions are also made up of people. They are, each of us has limited time on this earth, right? We're trying to do what we can with it. And so people are busy. We're trying to affect change within our industries, within our personal practices, within our study, within, our community. So I think my answer would perhaps be, I think a successful partnership or a collaboration between anyone and an institution is just a persistent one. I think, I think just as with our relationships, in our personal lives, with our family, with our neighbors, we establish trust over time, right? And if we feel like we're understood and our priorities and our needs are understood by the other, and they feel that we understand theirs, there can be this development of trust that you can build more on top of. So I think a willingness to listen to each other and to also, again, just sort of be persistent in making that contact and actively bridging across the gap is, I think, key to any success there and any action that ultimately can be taken together and then built on further. So, yeah.
Please, Manuel.
Okay, sometimes the most difficult thing to achieve goals, like the type of goals we follow, is in the mindset of the people who is searching for the goal, or in the mindset of the people that doesn't comprehend the importance or relevance to them of what you are pursuing. The best example, in my opinion, according to my experience, is that besides the correlation and collaboration of educational institutions, the science outreach institutions, or ambientalist groups, you should find a way to make the private sector involved. In our case, for example, in Dominican Republic, we are working with companies that are located in some Bortle 3 or 4 areas with hotels and instances. It's exactly like the one you have on your left. Exactly. And we have showed them in a very practical way how this can make their guest experience better. This sometimes we, the ones working in this field, and sometimes even people in the International Astronomy Union, don't show some extreme good cases about this. For example, there is a 4 Seasons luxury hotel in Hawaii that have invested almost $300,000 to establish a professional observatory in the installations of the hotel. This observatory is available for guests, students, and citizens alike in the community. I don't know yet the people involved in this project, but that 4 Seasons Hotels and Luxury is a private company. Their goal is to make money. And they have someone convince them, and I'm pretty sure that they did it with numbers and improved, that investing in this observatory for their experience of their guests and their community and their study will give them a good public relation, a good merchandise opportunity, a good impact on the perception of the guests that this hotel is also caring about giving you a different experience to you. And all these three elements combined will give them some revenue in change. So finding ways to make the private sector participate, pursuing, as they said before, with politicians, but in this case, their goals, helping you to reach your goals, is a way that could make things happen a lot faster. Because one of the few things that can make a politician act faster is if someone of the private sector say, then, well, I can support you with some money for the campaign if you help with this goal and this in this area, and this could help this business. I mean, you have to be part of this machinery to make it possible. To make science and reach, to make astro-tourism, to make science and reach education in astronomy and other fields of mathematics worthy the investment. And when I say worthy the investment, is that some institutions could have some benefits, not only economical, but with publicity. And if you have, and you and your team have this clear, you can short a lot the period of time to achieving the goals you pursue with protection of the dark sky. Let's say, for example, that hotel in Hawaii. Do you think that this company won't try to establish a delimitation for the installation of big lights in the area of the observatory? They will, because it will affect the goal that they have with that observatory. Because this observatory is helping them to reach something and also helping the students of the area and the communities. When you find when you find a purpose like this one, when everyone is involved because of something, it's way better to achieve those things. And in my opinion, we should think more common or try to be more open-minded to involve the private sector in some way to these initiatives and to this work we have to do to raise the awareness and on the protection of the dark sky as a resource, as a natural resource, like petroleum, like water, like food and agriculture, that can lead to economic growth, and that can lead also to a sustainable economic growth for the communities and all the people involved around them, not just the people who live there. That's my 2 cents in this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, as far as working with communities in different contexts, I guess I have a couple different perspectives to come at from. So like with my master's research, I looked at the community of Stanley, Idaho and the Central Idaho Dark Sky Reserve, and I was really interested in looking at how were they able to successfully put in the dark sky friendly lighting. Not only what did they do, but what was the community process that enabled it to work. And so it's just like some of the themes I found was just, the willingness of the dark sky advocates to meet people wherever they're at, what was their values, what was important to them. So like there were a lot of people who were really interested in the night sky and who saw it as important for like quality of life and well-being. And so they were interested in preserving it because they thought, okay, well, this is just as important as our trees and everything else. Let's, preserve it from that perspective. There are other people who really weren't interested in that, but they were like, oh, well, if we have more astro-tourism, then that could help our economy in the off season in winter when we usually get very few tourists. And so some people were thinking, okay, well, yeah, I'd be interested in doing some lighting like that because this could help our economy. And there are other people who just really weren't into the dark sky thing, but they were like, okay, I understand the concept of light trespass. And if my light is shining onto my neighbor's property, then I'm not being a good neighbor and I'm not being respectful of their property. And so like, I think it's important to like look at different perspectives and see like what values are important to people you're talking to, and seeing, even if they have a completely different approach of what's important to them, there's probably some overlap. And I don't think that for the most part, I don't think people like, bright lights that are horrible, shining in your eyes just for the sake of bright lights. Like they may think, okay, well, I'm doing safety or I'm improving the economy, like the values of what they're trying to accomplish. It probably isn't the light as the be all end all. They're using it as a tool. And so I think it's like having conversations about, well, what are you trying to accomplish? And are there better ways to do lighting that can help you better accomplish that than the current thing? So it's my perspective on that. As far as specifically engaging with Indigenous communities, I think, with conversations I've had with people who are involved with the SATCON community engagement working group and other contexts and conversations, one thing that comes up a lot is, that, the importance of engaging with Indigenous nations and respecting the treaties and the sense that, okay, these are federally recognized nations and not just don't lump them in as like, oh, this is another stakeholder group or something. Because I know that's something that really offended a lot of people. They're like, oh, you're listing amateur astronomers, Indigenous people, like in this list of like, they're all equal stakeholders. And they're like, well, we're nations and you should really be doing a government to government dialogue and negotiation with us on these issues. And so the importance of looking at that aspect. And I think with different collaborations with communities, like also like, what is it that they want and that they need? Because there's so much history with like, people trying to like be charitable and, okay, I'm going to go do this thing for this poor and impoverished community. And like the intention may be good, but the process in which it's occurring is not seen as respectful by the person who's like, okay, this is the recipient of this good thing and you think you're doing this great thing. But it would be better to like, okay, well, what do you want? And how can we have like an equal partnership rather than, okay, I'm providing you this service. Maybe that's not exactly what you want, or it's not in the way you want. And well, what do you want to do? And how can we work together to do something that works really well for both of us? And so I think the approach that is taken is really important as well. And just, being respectful of all the people you're talking to and realizing that like what our assumptions for one group of people, they might think, oh, well, this is obvious. This is obviously something everybody wants and this is important. And then other people may have a completely different set of assumptions, and just being aware of that in your conversations, you can probably have a little less conflict and more understanding.
I think we covered everything today. It seems like. I just to summarize that, I think there's a lot of really amazing topics that we really touched on. So ideas about collaboration and co-creation, and really listening to the people that you're trying to work with to understand what they need, being open-minded to various kinds of communication, having open dialogue and friendly dialogue, and making sure that the people who we're working with feel like they're being heard. I think these are all really incredibly important pieces of the puzzle of having good community relations with people, and starting the conversation of, and maybe continuing the conversation of how to protect dark and quiet skies, which is why we're here. Well, with that, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today. To all of our speakers, of course, both the ones who are here today with us and those who sent in recordings. Thank you for everything that you did to prepare for this, for staying around so long. Thank you to everybody who's watching, all the people who put questions in the chat. We will be sending out a kind of just like an email with a lot of information in it, some of the links that were mentioned in the talks today, and more answers to some of the questions that were asked in the chat. So thank you all for being here. If you'd like to receive that email, please subscribe to the OAO's mailing list, and maybe we can put that in the chat again in a little bit. And I will see you all again, hopefully very soon. And I hope you have a great night or rest of your morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Kelly. Thank you to you for your invitation. Have a nice day.
Thank you all. I've ended the live stream, so we're good. But